We're live. Just finishing some stuff up real quick. But yes, we are talking about how Alex is not a brave man.
I'm not.
But we're going to have an interesting time. I've been playing Pathfinder Kingmaker in
Ooh,
preparation for Wrath of the Righteous when it comes out.
yeah.
But I've also been doing it as kind of one part homework because it's a Pathfinder game. And if you've never played a Pathfinder game before, they are so lore rich. I don't know what they're talking about like 90% of the time.
You sound like me with my fucking major. That like my literal studying is going on Netflix and watching movies.
Yep. I have learned a lot. Even though it's mostly the Broken Lands region, the Stolen Lands, which is in southern Bravoy, uh, which means probably nothing to any of you. But
Nope.
I've been learning about the Eldori, which is really good because the Eldori are very important in the world politically. And there's even like an archetype dedication completely dedicated to being a sword lord.
Oh. Oh yeah, there is. Yeah. Sword Lord. I've seen that.
Yeah.
That's in Wrath
And
of the Righteous, I think.
yes, it's in everywhere. That's how
Fair.
prolific their family is.
Fair. I mean, like, that's fair. Playing Wrath of the Righteous, I'm like, I don't know what most of these words mean. That person can turn to a dragon? Okay. Whoa.
Yeah, I don't know. I know about the silver dragon in the city. I don't even know uh what we're doing. And hey, Kit Rail, how you doing? Um but I've been learning a lot, but I also learned I have a major aversion to reading walls of text.
Yes, it sucks.
It's one of those things that I did not realize how bad it was until I was like, okay, I'm gonna actually read all this lore, read every little bit, so I can try to understand, read all the character lore and everything like that. And when I started, just going through like the character backstories and talking to them, a lot of it's just walls of text, and I'm just like, I start skimming, and I'm like, wait, what the fuck? Why am I skimming through this? I need to read this more like intelligently. And I learned that, and it probably most people, you develop an aversion to reading
Yeah.
after a certain point.
As someone who already has a strange obsession with select few like fictional worlds, reading through wikis becomes a fucking pain, especially when you're like, I want to know what this one character is. Oh boy, man, this is a lot of paragraphs I'm reading. How far have I gotten? Oh, there's so much more. The scroll wheel is so tiny. Yeah, I can see why playing the games would be a bit more fun to learn the lore. Do it organically in a more engaging way.
So I'm readjusting the scene. Anyway, yeah, but I mean, it's kind of like with anima. But anima, I don't remember struggling this much to read the lore. Uh, Maybe it's just because anima has really interesting lore, or maybe it's just because everything in anima is bite-sized. Like when you read the lore
That's
section or
true.
the world book, like each section is 1 to 2 sentences for like each city or each region, maybe a whole paragraph at most. So everything's super digestible.
I mean, you could also just, play Gate of Memories, the proper way to experience the
No,
lore.
No, it's not. Don't do
Anybody
that.
out there, play Gate of Memories and the other
No.
game.
Gate
They're
of
really
Memories is
good, great
terrible.
lore, great voice acting.
I mean, I like Ergo.
I liked
The
when Critical showed
Bearer
up.
is
I like
unbearable.
I liked it when Charlie Hunger Games star Critical showed up.
Hmm.
Played a strange little like no face looking dude.
But yeah, I I've learned a lot, and I've learned a lot about the general kind of characters and world styles and everything like that. And it's interesting, but my god, fifth edition, it like D&D, the Forgotten Realms is not much better. But what I'll tell you is Pathfinder has a much more grounded lore than 5e does, because
I can
5e,
imagine.
like for the Forgotten Realms more specifically, is just it's a D&D world, you know. It's a world literally shaped by the actions of players in the past, or writers of their many books, or fucking the home games of Gary Gygax a long time ago. And because of that, it's really messy lore. It's really messy. And it has
Yeah,
like the comic book syndrome where they have to do a rewrite all the time, where they scrap everything and just start fresh, like after the Spell Plague, which was fourth edition's big thing. And there's retconning, and oh my goodness, it's really messy. Galarian is really succinct in its design. If anything, Galarian lacks lore in some places and some regions, but that's okay, because if you give enough lore to give like the general feeling of location, then you allow your players to make up the rest. But when you have a super deep history that is so just jank as fuck, it's like it's really hard to work with, because you're just like, well, a dragon attacks, but the villagers don't care because this is like the third one this year for them. Also, there's like god level heroes like just a town over, so you know.
very true.
Fucking Daggerford in Forgotten Realms is a crazy town. It's a small ass town that has been attacked by trolls, dragons, werewolves, a lot. It's not a big town. It's really small. I don't know why stuff keeps happening there. It's like just outside of Waterdeep too. And Waterdeep's a whole nother fucking can of worms. Anyway, long story short, Galarian lore is pretty cool. And this city is going to be very interesting for you guys, especially because you guys are going to go to the Witch Spire this session.
Ooh.
But enough talk. I have fixed all the things I was working with at the moment. And since it hasn't been on stream yet, let me go ahead and pull up the there's Thuck Tenpenny.
My boy!
Yes.
There he is.
This is official art. If I ever learned anything in college, it's how to use Photoshop. I know how to do color manipulation, and that's it. He used to
He
be
is
red.
just a little creature.
I'm going to kill this boy.
No!
But yes, and we've also clipped that. We've clipped a good scene with Thuck. So when anyone has the time, go check out the clips because the "I'll die for you" clip is hilarious.
We also got a few other pretty good clips in there too. I'm happy with a lot of the highlights and clips we got. Very
Yeah,
fun.
I'm actually soon gonna be doing uh, my 1 year like best moments for the channel.
Hell yeah.
So,
Nice.
though I do need to remember to just clip more shit.
Yeah.
I need to remember to just hit the fucking clip button often. So, it's just one of those things I gotta improve in. But yes. So, where we last left off, you had all escaped. Let's see, 1 second. How do you view clips while the channel is going? I actually don't know that.
It's weird. It's like click on your name and then scroll around.
Alex, you're
It's
the
like-
mod. Put the clip
I'm
or
the
put
mod.
the URL for the clip.
Is that a thing I can do?
Yeah.
You can't
Oh
like
shit.
watch the clip and stay live, but
Yeah, but you're already all live because you can hear me.
that's true.
The chat. There you go. There he is. He's doing his job
For once.
that he gets not paid for whatsoever. But anyway, uh so you all had escaped the slavers camp or the slavers prison in Trollheim with Annalise, who you guys found out was a winter witch who had been captured by the Ulfin and was not treated quite well, and she was forcibly marked with a tattoo that prevented her from using her abilities. So, as you guys weathered the cold nights, and oh, you know what? I have new effects.
Ooh.
Hell yeah.
Yo.
Gotta find the right one. Maybe this one?
Snow.
Wow.
Oh shit.
Amazing.
Pretty.
I am immersed.
This is what's like in Irison all the time, by the way. It rarely doesn't snow.
Damn.
Old boy hours.
And I have a bunch of other weather effects too. But for the time being, this will be appropriate. As you guys were traveling through the nights, you guys came across a larger than normal winter wolf kind of stalking through the frozen night air around your camp. That came close, but did not seem to engage for one reason or another. You guys finally arrived within Algethart, and you reunited Annalise with her lover, Evelyn, in her nice villa over in the Barony. So, you're all currently inside of a large manor, not far from the sky bridge that leads to the tiered keep. And the tiered keep is a massive structure. It's a large castle-like structure that spans well over 100 feet high. And while the oh goodness, what's it called? I forgot what it was called. Oh no. It's the name of the districts. Bum ba bum bum. The soaring districts, that's what it was. My god, I could not remember that for the life of me. Oh shit, I even have a demographic for the number of people here.
No.
The city is really small. Has a population of only about 6,000. Though I guess everyone who lives here lives in the walls, so there's no like regional people who live out in the wilderness. It's too dangerous. Uh anyway, the keep soars even above uh the soaring keeps. The soaring districts. God damn. I've been reading too much lore, my brain is just jumbled. Anyway, it's at this time that Annalise, tired from your guys' journey, retires. And after she's put away to bed, Evelyn comes back out and speaks to you all. And she says, well, I have to thank you all for returning Annalise to me. It truly, truly means a lot.
Of course. Happy we could help.
She was very helpful to us as well, so it was the least we could do.
Well, tell me about yourselves. I would like to know more about those who saved my beloved. And you guys can just give her a quick synopsis. We can hand wave that. Or if you guys want to give your own rendition, you're free to do so as well.
Fiola just gives her the basics. Came from a village that was attacked by raiders recently. And basically explains that this past week has been an upheaval. And that everything has changed.
Okay. Anything else anyone would like to add?
Galden just goes like, not much to tell, honestly. I'm a changeling, and I like to travel around and hope to make a name for myself, taking down criminals.
All right. She nods and she thinks. She looks to those who have been made homeless. She says, well, for the time being, you're all free to stay here. We have plenty of rooms available. I may have a way of giving you all a direction if you're looking for one. Though it does sound like you're interested in dealing with at least a small part of Trollheim. I think that's something we can get behind.
I wouldn't want to impose. I hope.
Truly, don't worry. We have 10 bedrooms and we use only a quarter of that. I just ask that you don't enter into the room with the large crest upon it. It is my workspace, and it is very dangerous. Well, I'll leave you to it. And she bows. The butler from before kind of steps up. The frosty looking individual with slightly pointed ears. And he says, I imagine you're all quite starved. Is that correct?
Oh, yes.
You would be correct.
A little
I'm
bit.
actually okay.
You don't need to eat.
He puts a hand to his chin for a moment. He's like, would you like a pot of soil? I'm sorry, I'm not very familiar with your kind.
No, it's okay. I just need the sun.
Well, you'll find very little of that here in Harrison.
I'm used to it.
We need to get you like a little like sun lamp. Like
Little
portable
grow
one.
light. Little purple light.
That way, like, you know, we're in the like some caves, like some place with no sun. We can just, oh, don't worry, we got your dinner. Let's hook up a little sun lamp.
Well, the cooks begin making you all a nice hearty meal. With that, he kind of sets off, and you guys have some freedom to explore the manor a little bit. It's interesting. If you've ever seen like those townhouses that are just they're very thin but tall, it very much represents this place. Like the main lobby area has this like fireplace that extends all the way to the ceiling, and the ceiling here is about like 30 feet up, and there's some stairs you can go up and some like branching hallways out from the main building, as well as just books and books all over the living space, as much of it is taken up by shelves. It's nice, cozy. It's a lot of stairs, so if you're not a fan of exercise, this place sucks. But when one lives in the soaring district, you get used to stairs, because there's plenty.
I'm sure our rooms are on the top floor too, huh?
No, fortunately, they're just on the first floor up from the lobby.
Oh, nice.
So, once you've all kind of looked around a bit, the butler returns and presents to each of you a small bag of gold coin.
Oh shit.
Yo.
From the
What-
lady for your services.
Our services, and she kind of looks around at everybody else.
Colton's already like like going for it. Well, I thank her for her hospitality.
Yeah, I'm just counting it.
It's a small amount, but it's worthy of the endeavor, I imagine. As each bag that you receive is 100 gold coin.
Yum.
Ow.
Add that to my inventory.
It's a long way up from my initial 0.
Do you
Long way up from my 2.
at 0?
Yo.
Yeah. Do we need to mark it down like a bag of gold coins, or can we just put it in the GP
No,
spot?
you can just put it in the GP slot.
Oh,
Just figured it was more appropriate than him handing a large stack of coins to you.
we fight over it like animals. Please tell Miss Evelyn that I'm at least very grateful. I don't want to speak for the others.
I am too, of course.
Well, Ms. Fulbright is showing her appreciation. So, with that, I'd like to let you all know that in the dining hall, dinner is served when you're ready.
Oh, dinner sounds delightful.
As you guys all go up the nice carpeted hallways to a large door that opens into the dining hall, you see a beautiful view as there's a large window that kind of overlooks the soaring districts and kind of points you in the direction of Coldwater, which is the watery front just east of your guys' location. It's crystally blue water, and the light snow falling past the window is very serene. But I think more importantly to you all, the sight on the table is even more precious to behold, as there is a large setting of fine meats, roasted, and just a little medium rare. There's carrots. There's a bunch of other really nice vegetables and even some fruits, which don't typically grow in this region.
Colton has been living off of just rations and badly cooked things of hunting that he's got. He is going for this immediately. For sure. Good food he's seen in a while.
Fiola tries to be polite about it, but yeah, growing up in a village that most of her food has probably just been sparsely seasoned game and whatever roots and tubers that could grow. She's very interested in trying everything.
I have no manners. It's messy and there are no utensils involved
No.
at all.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just straight plate to face.
Oh
No.
just going at it like a fucking animal.
Colton does his best to be like polite about it, but he has no like etiquette training, so it's just him, I guess, graciously accepting food and then trying his best not to make like a big mess.
Well, it's like a filet mignon kind of meat, which if you haven't had it, it's a well basted like
Yes.
not steak, I guess. It's like a roast, you know. It's like a well basted roast where the meat is nice and tender and the topping. It's all very, very well done. This is probably the classiest meal any of you have ever had. And there's a variety of drinks, whether it comes from various fruit juices, cold water, or spiced rums, even some nice white wine available.
Bud just sits at the table playing with their money.
He's just 1, 2, 3, sliding it across the table.
Yeah.
Fiola does eat pretty quickly, but she is as polite as she can be using the utensils when she does, and tries a little bit of everything, though at the spiced alcohols, she kind of like takes a drink and is like, oh goodness.
As you're playing with your coins there, Spud, the butler comes over and he holds a hand out, and you see this icy mist kind of form until ice manifests and forms like a pony of ice as he sets it down before you.
Ooh, what's this for?
You looked bored.
Spud starts playing with the ice pony.
Cold to the touch, but strangely does not melt even in this nice warm room near these hot steaming plates of food.
Thank you.
He just bows a little bit. He says, of course. This is the nicest service any of you have ever seen. It's just a bizarre feeling that completely contrasts how this last week has gone for most of you.
Fiola seems to be relaxing to a point. Some of the tension is leaving her body, but it's now replaced by that strange, not necessarily uncomfortable, but out of place kind of tension where she's not exactly sure how to act. She feels out of her element.
I'm like borderline to the state of like burning all bridges because I know this is like a very limited time thing. So it's sort of just get as much of it as I can, and then once it's over, I'll be fine. So I don't really care about like being too polite or having manners or stuff. So I'm just
No worries.
I feel comfortable leaving which matters to our witch friend.
Though, speaking of matters, as we're all kind of sitting there slowly finishing up the meal, Fiola kind of looks around at everybody and goes, Evelyn mentioned possibly having a direction for us to go, but I wasn't sure if we were all still going to. I mean, we did promise, and she like looks over at Calden, to help you with your endeavor. I suppose I don't know what direction everybody else wants to go right now.
Yes. Well, you see, the lady is of the Jotwiga. And the Jadwiga, which I'll type in chat as it's a
Please
strange
do.
word. It's actually a term you're very familiar with, Viola, because the Jadwiga are the first, are the direct descendants of the first queen of Irisen. Her name was Queen Jadwiga, and she was a daughter of the Baba Yaga. And so all members who are of the Jadwiga are ruling class bodies, essentially. And then of the Jadwiga, the Winter Witches and the White Witches are the highest of the class. So, in no small terms, you are currently in the home of someone who is directly related to the current queen of Irisen.
She like when he says that Evelyn is, did he say Evelyn or Annalise was related?
Evelyn.
Yeah, when he says Evelyn is related, like you can't see her go pale, but you could probably see some of the like fur she has on her shoulders and around her neck kind of puff up. Her tail puffs up a little bit. She looks over at Vile, who's been eating atrociously this whole time, and just goes, "Oh, my stars. Okay."
Yeah, do I know that information about Jadwiga?
Anyone who has spent any time in this region knows of the Jadwiga. The only one of you who probably doesn't know is maybe Spud, and probably still learning character name.
Calden.
Calden, yeah.
Yeah, he came in here recently.
Yeah,
I slowly
Spud's
pause
oh,
and pick up a fork.
I apologize. I'm not familiar with the local histories. I assume that name has some importance.
Yes. You must be from out of region.
I am.
Let me explain. About... Let's see now. How long ago was that?
The butler looks at his notes.
The butler looks at his note as the DM is sitting here like, yes, when was that? It has to be. Yes. Let's see. And the current year is... I want to get this right because it does tell you the scale of how long this has been going on.
Bud, unfazed by all of this, just slides the ice pony across the table into like a wall of gold coins that they'd been stacking up.
Let's see. The Queen of Witches, the Baba Yaga, invaded Galarian in 3313 AI. Nearly, let's see now. It was about 1,000. Yes. About a little over 1,400 years ago. Or 1,400 years ago. She decided that she wanted to claim a region of the Lenorm Kings, and so she did. She laid waste to the region that is now known as Irisen in only 23 days. She is not only personally powerful, more than you can imagine, but she also has commands of a variety of winter creatures and creatures from the First World, as well as dragons.
That's very impressive. You're right. I can't imagine kind of power though that you'd conquer a region in 23 days.
Well, not only that, but the Lenorm Kings, I'm sure you must know, only get their title after defeating a Lenorm one-on-one in combats. Lenorms in this world, and everyone generally knows what they are, again, except for maybe like Spud, are primal dragons from the First World. They are just as powerful as dragons, though less magical. They are pure beings of primal might. And I'll tell you that the average that is slain is around level 16.
Oof. Jesus.
Which means the Lenorm Kings are capable of handling that by themselves.
Colton kind of nods along, like, I have been reading about that recently. which, yes, is a very impressive feat.
Anyway, after that, she left her daughter in charge of the region. Though every 100 years, the Baba Yaga does come to claim her daughter and her firstborn and bring her to her homeworld, wherever that may be. I've been told is a region in the first world called the 3/10 Kingdom. But I honestly couldn't tell you more about it. Here's the Baba Yaga, by the way.
Ooh.
Lovely lady.
The Queen of Crones. This old-looking lady is powerful enough to literally destroy a kingdom if she so desires to.
Just wondering, is the Baba Yaga connected at all to like hags?
Oh yes, in that in-game.
Oh, just out of game.
Well. I'll let you know. No, she's not a hag.
Okay.
Though many people think that there has to be some connection, but no. Actually, she is from Earth.
Oh.
Lore-wise.
Oh shit.
One of the weird parts of the lore. She's from Russia.
Actually, like our Earth?
Yes.
Like, straight up
fucking
Russia.
God.
She knew Rasputin.
Rah rah Rasputin, Russia's favorite love machine.
Yes.
That's it. He actually had levels in Wizard.
Yes,
why it took him so
actually,
long
that
to-
is in
oh
the
my God.
lore.
Yeah, he just all those attempts to kill him was just him casting false life on himself. Jesus Christ!
Yeah, it's a very, very weird lore.
I need to read that.
Makes
The
a
Baba
stupid
Yaga.
amount of sense.
It really does. Especially considering the Baba Yaga is just like the fact that she's a 1-for-1 for the Earth's history almost. Except for, the 3/10 Kingdom and all that. But anyway. So, for the last 1400 years, the Baba Yaga has been coming and going, claiming a daughter every 100 years plus her first kin. Though, since each queen is left to rule for 100 years, you can imagine that there are still many beyond her firstborn who stay amongst us. That is the Jadwiga. And everyone who inherits the Baba Yaga's blood always has an innate knack for magic. Many of them being very well talented and thus joining the White Witches. Evelyn, though not quite a White Witch, is still one of the Winter Witches, which puts her in a particular power of amongst the city, which is why she resides here in the barony. And so, ever since that time, so long ago, the Lenorm Kings have been less than enthused about the existence of Irison. And considering that out here in the Bleak March, Aldegard is right on the border between the two regions, you can understand that we have been attacked on more than one occasion. In fact, the very thick walls that you see amongst surrounding the city today are mostly due to the fact that we've had to endure hard sieges in the past. So, the various Jedwigga and the current Duchess has filled the land with a variety of dangerous creatures, ice trolls, winter witches, and the like, making it difficult to siege for fear of being attacked by one of these brutish creatures deep in the night. Which you are thinking now, and now you understand why you saw a winter wolf walking so close to the city around before. So, that being the case, you can understand that the lady does have an interest in dealing with our neighboring Trollheim. And if there's anything that can be done to, impede our neighboring city in any fashion, I'm sure she is well interested in. Unfortunately, beyond our borders, the Winter Witches hold much less power. And not only that, but Trollheim employs the use of powerful adventurers to deal with the various threats in the surrounding lands. Adventurers have always been a wild card when it comes to such things, so it's hard to estimate their power. And though I'm not very keen on the specifics, I do know that she has some plan in store for y'all. If, at least, you're interested.
I mean, if it has to do with Trollheim in any way, I'm interested. I have business there already.
I certainly can't say no to one of the Jadwiga.
He gives a from his normal stony face, he gives a bit of a smile. Oh, I'm sorry. It's the thrice 10th kingdom, not the 3/10 kingdom.
Wow.
My bad.
Immersion broken. I can't believe it.
Don't feel so don't feel so pressed. You are, after all, the one who saved her beloved, and thus she only owes you the utmost respect. But those who are homeless, I'm sure, have little to lose and a lot to gain with working with the Jadwiga. Anyway, I don't know too much more than this, but I will answer any questions if any of you have any.
I'm certain I'll come up with more as we speak. I'm still learning the lore of the land. So, I know the language, some of the languages up here, but trying to learn as much as I can.
Is there a time limit on when we should be doing that?
I don't know. You would have to ask the lady herself.
I'm sure we can ask her plenty of questions when she's ready to entertain us.
Well, bows. I will be tending to the manor. If there's anything you need, each of your rooms has a bell available. With that, he gives you a respectful bow and turns and heads off, allowing you all to finish your feast before turning in, as it's starting to get dark now, and night quickly descends upon the keep as the surrounding walls quickly shadow the city.
Fiola just sits at the table for a little bit longer, just looking utterly starstruck.
I think I'm just being like real uncomfortable in an environment that I'm not used to, because it's like way better treatment than I've ever had. Definitely not my strong suit here.
Calden's taking advantage of some of the hospitality, just making use of the stuff they got here, but he's doing his best to not overstep.
Can't believe we basically tripped and found ourselves in the lap of what is essentially royalty here.
Luck is a funny thing like that. Random circumstance can take you from all the way to the bottom to on a pretty fast upward spike.
I wonder what it is she wants to ask of us to do. I don't feel very confident in my own abilities to do much. She's probably a much more competent Winter Witch than I am.
At least then you're in a good place to become more powerful yourself. Who better to teach you?
To be taught by one of the Jedwiga would be an honor.
It seems like you have a real opportunity to do that.
I'm just glad we were able to help in some capacity. It feels good. Bringing Annalise home and Thuck, and then she's like looking around. Where's Thuck?
Thuck is...
Calden has his like mouth open slightly, like looking around.
We lost Cobalt.
He's been kind of chilling with y'all up until this point. As you kind of like ask this, you hear, and you look under the table as Thuck has decided to bring a dish down and is currently just like chowing down on some food. And as you look at him, he looks up at you, mouth full, dripping with like gravy. He just stares at you.
Calden gives him like a nod and puts his head back up, like under the table, just not making trouble.
He's making a mess.
No, I'm not. Begins licking the floor.
Oh, Thuck.
I'm certain it'll be fine.
Mm-hmm. Delicious.
If not unsanitary.
What's sanitary?
Clean.
Have you ever had a bath, Thuck?
No, it's been a while. I mean, I've been in prison for a bit.
Maybe in a place like this we can all take a bath.
Ooh.
Hot water is a bit of a luxury in Irison, but maybe. I guess I can dream.
Well, when you all get up and eventually head to your rooms, you find that each room is situated with its own bathroom, and the taps are magically enchanted to provide cold water or hot water.
I was gonna say cold water, damn!
No!
Wasted.
They're big believers in like the health benefits of taking cold showers.
Fiola is delighted to find out that the water is hot, because her only experience with even more than cold water has been like filling a basin with buckets you heat up over the fire, and by the time you fill up all the buckets and fill up the basin enough to take a bath, it's lukewarm at best.
Yep. But no, you see there's a ring of runes kind of around the faucet that when you turn the specific heating knob heats up the water to a very, very warm degree.
Fiola takes full advantage of this.
As this called them.
As soon as I get in, it's like a blackish brown bath bomb.
I hate you.
But you all wash up. Thuck is a little bit of a chore, as while he's fine, like soaking his scales a little bit, trying to wash him with any kind of soap is met with furious resistance.
Fiola does try to give Thuck a bath before she takes a bath.
He's
Calden
like,
will at
no!
least
It smells!
It smells good, Thuck.
Calden will at least he'll before he goes off, because he's not taking part in this part of it. He just tells Thuck, like, this is good. It's good for you. You should do this. Please, for me.
Oh, he sits in the tub and looks rather grumpy.
I promise it's going to make your scales very shiny.
Yeah. Once you are done, though, and you have him dried off, he does look at his scales that are so shiny, and he seems starstruck. As he's just like, I shine so bright.
Like a diamond.
Shine bright like a diamond.
Exactly. Fiola will leave him to his own. She does kind of try to be like, now, maybe don't go wandering off. This isn't our home. We're guests. So please, stay in here until we come get you in the morning.
Okay. He, like, looks at the bed and leaps onto it, and then just, like, he just begins to, like, curl up and make a little nest for himself.
Yeah, that's fine. She will leave and then go about her own business getting clean. Takes her a considerable amount of time to get dry, and even then she's still damp by the time she goes to bed.
I was wondering, with a cat folk, like, do they still get like the wet cat smell?
I mean, I would assume so.
Yeah.
It's covered in fur.
I am not looking forward to giving Celeste a bath.
No, I'm yet to give Ripley a bath.
I've given Kyle several baths.
At least with the breed that Ripley is, you don't need to really do it. So, and also she's good at grooming herself.
But yeah, she keeps herself mostly clean anyways, as far as normal day-to-day goes, but when treated to a warm bath, she takes the opportunity to really scrub out her fur and get rid of some old grime and maybe even a little bit of soot and blood from past encounters.
Your battle scars burn a little bit, or sting in the hot water. But eventually, y'all become nice and clean. you all find a variety of well, not variety. You all find a set of one size fit all kind of pajamas in the room. They're like they have an elastic band for the waist and a very baggy top that you can like. It's almost like a robe top. And yeah, with that, you all bed down for the night.
I put on my pajamas and almost like immediately absorb them like halfway into my body.
Ugh.
Why do you speak sometimes?
Why must you do this to us?
Gotta stay consistent, mate.
Also, after Calden is bathed, a small detail, at least for him, much like one of his eyes, his left eye is actually like red. As well, his hair, at least when you all saw it, was kind of a brownish color. It's now like almost multicolored. It looks like there was a really bad dye job. Different sorts of hair dye that have a different lasting. Some bits are kind of blackish, some bits are darker brown. But he had to wash a lot of old makeup and hair dye.
It's good to have a game that finally acknowledges that adventurers are dirty, dirty animals.
You have a changeling with disguise like training, traveling the wilderness.
Layers and layers of makeup on his
Only
face.
way for him to remove it is to peel off his skin. So
Anyway, as you all finally get some rest, it's a very comfortable night. When morning finally comes, you all get a knock on the door as the butler comes in, or just pokes his head and is like, "Breakfast will be served soon, and the lady would like to speak to you there." And then he dips his head out and closes the door.
wouldn't want to keep her waiting. And Calden kind of hurries himself to ready himself.
As does Spud.
Fiola's a bit slow to get started, having the first night of protected sleep in a long time. She slept comfortably when she could sleep, but since her mind was not so preoccupied with the possibility of danger, she definitely had some nightmares. Now that her subconscious can drift. So she's a little bit later to join you all at breakfast.
Well, when you all finally do arrive, it's a very nice placed out breakfast. Unusual probably for most of you. You see a lot of platters of a variety of different types of bread, followed by any kind of coverings, whether it be jams, cheeses, meats. There is warm milk available, as well as water, juices of the sort. They even have a French toast available. And it's really, really nice. Actually, I had a breakfast like this in Norway every day when we were staying with our family there. Because they own this huge farm, and so we just had like all this bread and goat cheese and everything. It was really, really good.
Ooh. That does sound really good.
Yeah.
When I came back to America and started eating the food here again, my body revolted against me.
I can imagine.
My body misses Norway, if only because the food is just generally better. Not even like tastes better per se, because Norwegians can't handle anything spicy, so that kind of sucks.
Yeah.
But the food is better for you. which matters a lot. But as you're all eating, Evelyn is kind of sitting there at the head of the table. She's kind of eating her own meal. Refined and very noble-like. She looks at you all, and she says, well, I have been putting in a little bit of work, but I figured I'd provide for you all an opportunity to make a life for yourselves, in a way. I don't know your relations to each other, but I do know one thing, is that none of you have a place to stay, at least here in Aldithart. So, she, like, politely dabs her face from eating, and she gets up, and she walks over to Fiol, and she presents to you a document. This is the deed to a house out in Coldheart, or Coldwater. It's a nice estate. Not too grand, but it should be doable.
You're giving us property.
Just like that?
Well, not exactly. It's conditional. But I think something suitable. At the very least, I wanted to let you know the benefits. But before we get to any of that, I would just like to show you all around. If you don't mind.
Sure.
Of course.
Yeah.
She nods. Well, first of all, we need to get you all better attire. I'm sure the coin offered to you the other day should be suitable.
Oh.
So we're going to be heading over to the Blood Merchant Towers and doing some hopefully light shopping. At least enough to get you all better suited. Then we'll be making a quick stop by the Witch Spire before finally stopping by the estate promised to you all. So, when you're all ready, feel free. She gets up. She bows respectfully and heads out of the room.
Fiola waits until her footsteps have faded, her ears kind of doing that twitchy thing again as she's listening and listening and listening, and then looks over at all the others. It's like, I don't want to spit in the face of her hospitality, but this seems like a lot.
What that I don't know if we can pass up.
Fair point. 3 of us certainly have nowhere to go, and I don't know if you have a home called in, but
I don't.
then that makes 4.
If it's being offered, I don't see a reason to refuse.
I guess it depends on her conditions. I want to stay, I want to learn, and if this is a pathway for me to do so, I'm eager to take it, but...
At least for me, I have business in... Fuck, I keep forgetting that town. God.
Trollheim?
Trollheim. I have business there, and it seems like I'm going to be paid more for business leading up to my job in Trollheim. So... really an opportunity I want to pass up.
Then I guess we better not keep the lady waiting.
I agree.
Thuck is scarfing just a whole block of goat cheese.
Oh god.
Fiola, did everyone kind of sit like how I'm imagining this table? Are we all kind of sitting close to each other, or did we all spread out?
I mean, that depends on y'all, I suppose.
That's what I'm asking. Did you guys all sit? Did we all sit close to each other? Can I speak quietly to somebody?
I mean, Calden would.
Yeah.
Okay, she just leans over slightly to Calden and is like, should he stay?
Question is, would he?
If you asked him to.
We probably should.
It should probably come from you.
Hey, Thuck.
Mm.
We're going to dealing with some business in the area. Would you mind staying here and keeping watch for us?
I can keep watch.
Yep, just make sure everything's safe in your room.
My room? But what's in my room?
That's
You.
exactly the point. And only you, unless something gets in. But you'll be there to keep it safe, won't you?
Roll persuasion.
Is that
Was that me or?
Both of you can roll
Damn it.
persuasion.
let me see. That's what it's called here.
What is persuasion?
Diplomacy, I'm
Diplomacy.
sorry.
Thank
Oh
you.
god.
Oh.
You have a hero point.
I want to spend it on Thuck though.
Let's see if I do any better.
It's worth it if we don't have to deal with him for an entire session.
Oh.
That's better.
Pretty good.
I'll let you do.
Yeah, she just gives him a friendly smile and you know, we really could use you to keep watch in your room.
He looks at Calden and he thinks about it and he's like, okay. Thuck will go watch his room to make sure no one gets in. He then jumps onto the table, grabs an armful of cheese and grapes, and then hops onto the floor and just runs off to his room.
And Calden's gonna warn like a butler or something, just like
We left the kobold.
we
Bye.
left the kobold, they're in their room, don't go in there.
He might attack you.
Spread the word. Just don't go in there.
Butler nods. We will take care of young Master Thuck.
They're protecting their room to make sure no one goes in. So
Oh, trust me, I would not
That's-
go into the room of a kobold.
understandable. Thank you.
He
Cutter.
does.
Really is just persuading a kid.
I
Like,
know.
it's very strange.
That's how I've been treating Thuck, unless I'm
Same.
shown otherwise. This is a child. He's the mentality of a child. Yeah, Fiola will look once Thuck has probably gone all the way up to his room. Fiola looks between Vile and Spud and then called in and just, are we ready then?
Ultimately,
I've been ready.
I stand up and my backpack like just falls out of my body.
Oh God!
ugh.
Pick it up and put it on.
Vile, I don't mean to be rude. Is there any way we're not in the village anymore? Are you? Can you not have things fall out while we travel? At least within the city, maybe.
I can try. Sometimes it's not on purpose.
Well, if you're trying, at least I would appreciate it.
One of my bones just falls out on the table.
Uh,
Is that one on purpose?
No.
I love the qualifiers sometimes.
I pick it up and like insert it back into my arm.
right.
Well, as you all get ready and get your winter gear on, you come out, and Evelyn is wearing a very nice, ritzy looking winter coat lined with thick fur. And with that, you all head into the city, followed by her butler. You guys head to District Blood Merchants is what is it?
Dose.
2. So you guys head through the hanging markets. And the hanging markets is a large section. Imagine a shopping mall where you have like the food court and everything, and it's usually like in the section that overlooks the lower parts of the mall. The hanging markets is very similar to this in a lot of respects. There's multiple layers, and it's just stalls all around. There's stairs leading down to the lower levels, and it's just a wide variety of goods and goods, foods, clothing, and everything like that. But as you guys head into the Blood Merchant Towers, this is where you guys start coming across the ritzier markets. This is where the nice open stores that have the big windows and everything are, and this is where obviously someone of a higher profile is probably much more comfortable shopping in. But for the time being, you all manage to, with whatever other purchases you make as a part of the deal, bulk pricing, you also get nice clothing if you so desire. But you're all free to do some shopping with your 100 gold pieces. And if you're unaware of what's in the market, you can go ahead and go to Archive and Nethys, and there's a nice equipment page you can look at.
It was going to be interesting because for the first time, I really before my first session, I really got everything I needed.
I have to remember what kind of armor I can wear.
I think you can wear light armor.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah. Ooh, I could buy a tattoo.
You could buy a tattoo.
I'm looking at breastplate, and it says check penalty -2 and speed penalty -5 feet.
So what that is the check penalty, I believe, goes down by 1 if you have the required strength, as mentioned in the item, and the speed penalty goes down by 5.
So that's if you do not have the required.
If you don't have the required strength.
Okay.
And witches are not trained in any armor.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Cool.
Oh shit, actually. I know what I want. I just want one thing.
Alright.
I would like to get access to a +1 striking short sword.
Okay.
That's 100 gold.
It's 100 gold. Okay. Alrighty. Looking around through the market, especially in this area, you do come across a very large forge and premier market smithy, precariously like high off the ground for a forge, and it's you just wonder how such a heavy looking establishment can exist this high up. As you enter in, a dwarf is sitting down, and he is very unique, as characteristically his beard and his hair are a wintry white with tinging of blue. And he turns to look at you, and his eyes are this same white blue all the way through. Yep. What can I get for you?
Well, and he reaches in over his like overcoat that kind of conceals his weapons, and he unsheaths his short sword, and it's just like I was wondering if you just had anything like this but better.
I can shit out swords better than that one, boy.
Great.
I'm gonna need better. I'm gonna need more instruction than that.
Magic hits harder, hits better, accurately.
Price range.
100 gold.
Nods. Yeah, I got something close. It's 120 gold.
Shit.
I can help out if you'd like, Calden.
It's not too much hassle. I can at least make it so I have 102 gold.
She will pull out the 18 remaining gold that he needs. I probably won't be getting much anyway, so.
I'll repay you for this later.
He looks it over and is like, "What?" Grabs the coins, put them like the whole fistful in his pocket. And he's like, "Right this way," and kind of takes you over to a side room. And hanging on just these walls that look like kind of like tool shelves, you know, they're very tall and they all have hangers. There's just rune inscribed weapons just down the line. Looking for a sword? What kind?
Short sword.
Just a short sword, no scimitar?
Just a short sword.
Just a short sword, alright. Goes, and let's see. Not that one, not that one, not that one. Oh, here we go. From like a whole line of these short swords, he just picks one out. Shows it to you. Dwarven craftsmanship, best in all of Algadar.
All right, and he hands over the money, taking the weapon.
Nods. Have a good day. If you need anything else, just all come to the Ice Forge.
I certainly will. Thank you.
I step up, present my Tekokagi. Can you make this better?
Ooh, those are some thin blades. You sure you don't want anything hardier?
No, this is what I want.
Yeah. Right. I can do it. It's going to be some finesse work, but I can manage it for you. Take a few days if you don't mind.
Look to the group. Do we have a few days?
I would assume so.
I would hope we would.
Yes, that's all right.
Right, there's going to be 130 gold pieces for the extra work.
I look Viola.
How many extra gold pieces?
30.
You guys better protect my busted ass.
I will.
Fiolo just kind of, yeah, I got it. We'll hand over the 30 gold.
Whoa.
Woo. Such an unenthusiastic response. Oh, and by the way, the armor check penalty gets completely removed when you have the proper strength. So
Ah, okay.
he's like, all right. Oh God, why did I put those small tools? Kind of takes and waddles off near his forge. Well, that's 2 down. Anything you're getting, Vile?
I'm thinking about maybe a staff.
Like a magic staff or a
Yeah,
whack people in the head staff?
like a magic one.
All right. Staves. You are not high enough level.
I see. Oh yeah, look at that. Well,
Minimum level 1.
I could get studded leather armor.
You can.
I guess I'll get that.
You
And
can, and let's see here. You can even get, if you want. Oh God, you can't even get +1. Wow, crazy. Yeah, well, you can get some studded leather armor. Not too much of a deal. There's easily a leather worker available.
And then I'll save the rest, put it into my savings account.
Fair enough.
DM, I have a question.
Sure.
So some of my spells would require material components. Is that just my focus for me, or do I actually need the
Yes.
material? Okay. So anything that says material, I don't actually need to buy materials. I just use my focus.
Only if it has a gold value do you need to worry about it.
Okay. So like,
The
I
spell
have-
will mention it at gold value. So
okay,
if
so
it
like
doesn't,
for alarm, I need a silver bell worth 3 gold pieces. So that wouldn't count towards my focus. I need to actually get that.
you need to have that one, yes. But it's not consumed upon spell use, so.
Well, then can I find a magic shop?
Sure. There's plenty in a town of witches.
I would like to buy a silver bell.
Alrighty. Easily can do so.
Better check all my other spells while I'm here.
So just to make sure, a +1 striking weapon, the damage goes from 1d4 to 2d4?
Correct.
Okay. Sweet.
I think it's just alarm that has.
I didn't even know there was a spell that low level that could have any of that, so.
Yeah. Yeah, just alarm. So she'll spend 3 gold pieces to get a silver bell,
Alrighty.
which I will add to my stowed items.
Alright, so.
And how much would, like, just a nicer set of winter clothes cost? Like, nothing fancy, just nice. Nicer than the tattered one she probably has.
Actually have that in my inventory. It's 4 silver pieces at least.
Let's see. If you want fine clothing, it is 2 gold pieces.
Does fine, like, fine can mean a lot of things. Is it fine, well made and hardy, or is it fine like it's delicate and beautiful?
Well, first of all clothing made in the city is winter clothing.
Well, yeah.
There's literally no one doesn't have winter clothes. Fine in this regard means it is fancier. If you want like a more of an explorer style, then it's just 4 silver.
Yeah, she'll go ahead and spend. She'll just spend 1 gold for it and get like a whole really nice everything. Though she does keep a rather faded looking scarf that she always seems to have on her. But
Okay.
other than that, she basically redoes her wardrobe. Hat, mittens, the whole 9 yards.
And let's see here. Vile, if you want a staff, I can say I can get you a beginner's staff at the very least. What are you looking for in your magic staff?
Not too important. I don't know. I was just looking for something.
Let's see here. And you're a divine caster.
I am indeed.
Okay. All right. I'll say for 50 gold you can get a beginner staff of divine might. It has the shield cantrip on it, and any cantrips you cast with it deal 1 additional damage.
Sure. Is that on Roll20?
No. It'll just have to be an item you can put in yourself. I mean, the staff essentially just they let you cast spells per day.
Yeah.
So it's this staff just has a +1 to damage to cantrip spells, and it has the shield cantrip on it. That'll be 50 gold pieces. Alrighty. So once you guys are all done, you have your new gear. Evelyn is waiting for y'all. And satisfied, she takes you all to the Witch Spire.
Ooh.
So you guys head off to the next district over. And the Witch Spire is a crazy place, as it is filled with not just a bunch of winter witches or witches in training. There is also a large number of ice trolls, winter wolves, and a variety of ice themed fae that inhabit this region or this area as well. As you go in, the large soaring districts above you, you see a variety of working alchemical shops. Some winter pixies kind of move past you all, and you see large cages, massive cages with winter wolves just looking at you all hungeredly. And you see a variety of large troll-like creatures with light blue skin and icicles hanging off of them, doing a lot of manual labor here.
Fiola is just wide-eyed, looking around, kind of trying to stick close to Evelyn so she doesn't get lost. Trying to look a little bit more, not as timid as she feels.
Calden makes sure he keeps a little bit of distance between like the wolves and trolls. Like he doesn't want to get like too close. He's a little nervous.
They move by, and the trolls, you can feel the ground shaking with each of their steps as they're moving large crates. Some of them even holding large cages with winter wolves on their shoulders as they're moving by. Evelyn turns to you and she says, "Within the city's limits, they're rather tame. Though if you see a winter troll out in the wilderness, I recommend not letting it see you, because running won't be an option."
Good to know.
She goes into a large spire-like building, which is the actual witch's spire, and it's inside. It's all ice themed, as the walls are covered in uh, this icy material that isn't cold to the touch. It's almost like glass in a lot of respects. And you see a bunch of predominantly women, but some men, moving about, talking lectures, a variety of students. And she goes to the lady at the desk, who looks up and she's like, "Miss Fulbright, it's been a while." She bows. Evelyn nods. She says, "I've just come to look over things here." And she's like, "Well, of course, one of our most prestigious alumni." The lady looks rather nervous.
One of your most prestigious alumni with these weird motherfuckers.
She looks at them all, at you all. She looks up at her. "Ah, yes. This is Fiona." She motions over to you. "She'll be stopping by, probably from this day forward, for some lessons, if you don't mind." And she's like, "Of course, of course. I mean, with your reputation, my lady, you can have any instructor you wish." And she nods and she says, "I have a few in mind." She turns to you and she says, "So, I hope you don't mind, but I've already authorized some lessons with you and some of our more prestigious instructors."
No, of course not. I don't mind at all. Thank you.
She nods and is like, well, for Irena's pupil, it's the least I can do.
Fiola just kind of looks a little bit like if she were alone, she might be like fanning herself. Like she's just, oh, this is a lot of stuff to take in. Oh my goodness. Her tail tip is like twitching back and forth slightly, like a happy cat.
Calden, you receive a tapping upon your shoulder.
He turns to see who is tapping on his shoulder.
There you see a youngish individual. Their features are very fair, but you can't tell if they're male or female. But one thing you do particularly notice is they have one green eye and one icy blue eye.
Oh shit.
And they go, hey, how you doing? I've never seen another Hackborn like you around before.
I can say the same. Doing fine up here. It looks a little like almost kind of when you meet an old relative for the first time,
Yeah.
like after a long time, you like don't really know what to say.
The name is Jess. I'm going here somewhat, and I've been going here for a little while, but I've never seen one like you before, so I just figured I'd say hi. They smile. They appear a bit younger than you, probably in like their late teens. Inspects you, and is like, are you of Vale May?
I am.
Have you met your mother?
No, luckily, no.
It's not always that bad. Granted, I guess it's different up here in the north.
I assume. I'm not as well versed on certain elements of hags. Which are you?
I'm a snow May.
Huh.
I mean, if that wasn't obvious.
I should have assumed.
I actually live with my mother here in the city.
Oh.
Well, if you want to stop by and learn a little bit more about us, I guess you can do so. We live not far off from the riverfront.
I'll consider it. If I have time, I can swing by. Thanks for your offer.
Of course. I hope I see more of you. They smile before heading off.
How do you spell their name?
You don't.
Whoa.
Jess.
Okay.
I was so close. I put 2 S's, not 1.
I was going to.
The instructor kind of looks over you, Fiola, and notices Spud, and she's like, well, you must have quite the prodigious talent. Look at your Leshy. They've grown so large and powerful.
Fiola quickly looks very embarrassed. Is like, no. This is Spud. He does his own accord. Not mine.
Oh? I've never seen a lone Leshy before.
I was actually a mistake. It wasn't meant to happen.
Aren't we all?
Jas, who is kind of walking away, just turns and waves like, me too, before continuing on.
Oops!
I see. I guess that would explain the, irregularities. Well, we don't have many of your kind. If you would like to stop by sometime, I'm sure many of our hedge witches would love to inspect you over.
Bud looks as confused as a plant face can be. What do you mean by inspect? What do you have to gain?
Well, you definitely look more, I'm going to say, powerful than most leshies do. There's some presence about you that speaks of a higher power.
I mean, I do serve the goddess Bastet.
Oh, you serve a goddess. That's even more unique. She kind of looks you over. Jedwin, Evelyn says, as the lady kind of backs up and she's like, sorry, I was interested. Well, Miss Leshy was raised by Irina. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. She nods. Well, Spud, you're definitely free to stop by if you have any questions about Leshies. Our heads mages are very knowledgeable.
Thank you.
And you there, the unfortunate soul who's obviously cursed.
I look behind me.
Such a card. We do have some quite proficient curse wielders. They might be able to remove that for you.
I mean, that might be good. That also might just kill me, though. I don't really know how it works anymore.
That might be true. That's quite the unfortunate circumstance. Well, if you're curious about curses or anything of the sort with yourself, we definitely might be able to give you more of a clue.
I'm definitely curious.
Well, the Witch's Fire is available to y'all, especially with Miss Evelyn's endorsement. Evelyn nods and she says, well, we'll be moving off for now. I just wanted to show them around. Jedwin says, of course. Well, if you'll excuse me then, lady, I do have some secretarial work to do. She nods. Well, I guess all that's left is to go to your possibly new home.
Yes.
It's not far from here. I figured that would be appropriate. But here, follow me. So, as she guides you out of the Witchspire district, you guys cross the main road, and just on the other side of the road, there's a nice, large-looking house there. And seemingly vacant at the time. She turns to y'all and she says, this is the estate I purchased on your behalf. It has 6 rooms available plus a basement, I believe.
Spacious.
Well, you all strike me as unique types. And this is the district where we let our more important guests stay and live in our city. Many adventurers actually live here in the Coldwater district. It's nice, spacious. You do have a lot of neighbors around you, she looks. But I figured this would be the most convenient location. Well, let me show you inside and then we can talk about the terms. She goes and produces a key and opens the estate. And you see a large open living area. There's a fireplace that's currently not going at the moment. There's a large window that kind of looks out over the water to the western side of the building. Very nice view. And there's a variety of other rooms kind of down a hallway and connected to this main room. Some are kind of smaller, more storage areas, but there's definitely about 4 solid bedroom-sized rooms here. And a set of stairs kind of in the back of the building that leads down to a basement. The basement is essentially the same dimensions as the upper floor, so it's quite spacious and there's lots of stuff you could put down here. It's also generally cold, so also good for preserving anything that might otherwise rot.
Like bodies.
If I know anything about adventurers, they like collecting body parts for some reason. So, after all that, she kind of turns to you all, and she says, "So, I'm sure you're all wondering what exactly I'd like to ask of you in exchange for, well, everything."
A bit, yes.
Well, I'm sure you're aware that we don't have the best relations with Trollheim.
I would assume not, considering what they did to Annalise.
Yes, she says, as you can see her offhand kind of clenches a bit. So, I would like to offer you all the opportunity to get back at them in a meaningful way. But before any of that, none of you are suited for such a task. You lack enough personal power. But that's just due to a lack of experience, she says. There is no shortage of work that adventurers may take on in our surrounding city. And I have some personal interests as well. So, as long as you all do the jobs that I ask and help contribute to Algedhart and eventually assist us with getting back against our neighbors in Trollheim, this estate can be yours, as well as the many benefits I've provided for you. Think of it as being hired adventurers or mercenaries, if you will.
Gotta say, I didn't expect my career path to make me an adventurer, but
I didn't really expect to have a career path.
I don't see much reason to refuse.
I do agree.
I as well.
Yes, we've nothing to return to, and you've been nothing but kind.
Very well. Then here you go, she says as she leans forward and hands you the deed.
All right, gang. We need to first off flip the house,
And then sell it.
sell it for more, and what we do is we get into the real estate market in the city, and
Yeah.
we become kings.
This just becomes flip this Algahart instead of a new slate.
Yeah, sorry, Cameron. We're gonna become just probably
God.
real estate brokers of like the entire area.
You didn't know you were watching HGTV, everybody, but you are.
Yeah, it's gonna
I
start being a
mean,
business campaign.
If you want to get
Are we
into the
gonna become
economics of
landlords?
it, becoming
I'm
landlords.
100% down to getting into that business stuff.
Like, I can't be a landlord as a fucking lawful good.
That's fair.
No. Oh, chaotic good, sorry.
Oh, then that one, yeah.
If that's what you guys want to do, you're definitely free to. But you've
don't
also
want to do
promised
that.
your work for a Jadwiga, and you're not going to get out of adventuring regardless.
Fine. I guess we can like adventure and fight things.
On the side.
On
While
the
we're out
side.
adventuring, we can leave the business aspects to fuck.
Oh, fuck! Fiola,
Thuck in his room at the moment, just stuffing his mouth with as many grapes as he can fit.
All right, Thuck, you are a property manager. That's your job now.
All right.
Fiola does
Where's
look up
rent?
at
Am I doing it right?
Perfect.
Fiola does look up at Evelyn is like, are we coming back with you for tonight? We've we left Thuck. He's
Well.
not the best to travel with.
I can have my butler retrieve him for you.
Fiola like gently grimaces just a little bit.
Just make sure your butler mentions that Calden sent for him.
The butler, who has been following you guys this entire time, is just
Oh,
like,
shit, he
I'm
has?
aware.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said when you
He's
guys
been
first
hanging.
left.
Ah, I missed that. Awkward. I say that to him instead.
Alright. He's like, alright. Though you're always free to come by and visit, of course. I'm sure Annalise would love to speak with you more, Fiola.
Oh, yes. I'll make sure to stop by.
Well, then, I feel like it's only fair that I give you all your first task to complete at your leisure. Once you're done acclimating to the city, I hope. You see, there is a part of our city that's relatively abandoned due to, well, some issues. Let's see. Yes. One of my kin, a famous alchemist by the name of Fyodov, was a very famous alchemist. Though he was highly experimental, and it's due to that reason that an entire district of our city has been, well, left abandoned due to the sheer number of aberrations that live within that district now. There is a large supply of very valuable alchemical substances, and I need you all to retrieve one in particular for me. It's called the Glenheart. It is a small jar containing the heart of a pixie. It's used in a variety of types of magics, and I have a particular task in mind for it.
You said aberrations.
Yes. Homunculi and a variety of other facsimiles of life.
How formidable would you say they are?
Well, considering they weren't designed with any particular strength in minds, they range. Some are just simple clay dolls that are easy enough to smash, and others are large, tentacly monsters that would give even hardened adventurers a bit of a run for their money.
Right.
It is dangerous, but the sheer amount of benefits you receive in the city, I think, warrants a bit of effort on your behalf.
Of course. Of course.
Plus, if you're able to escape a prison deep into the heart of Trollheim, I'm sure a bunch of mindless aberrations should be easy enough to elude.
Hopefully. Calden's got a little bit of a grimace on his face, slightly apprehensive about this.
The worst that can happen is we all die.
That is the issue, yes.
I prefer to avoid that, so maybe, do you have a time limit that this needs to be done by, or do we have a little bit of time to, prepare ourselves?
Well, I did say at your leisure. So, whenever you feel like is the time. I mean, if you have been here for years and years without doing so, I might become a bit cross with you all, but I have a feeling you won't take nearly that long.
And, where in the city is it exactly?
It's known as Fyodov's Wedge. It's actually next to the Blood Merchant Towers. It's easy enough to see. There's a patrol of ice trolls around it, after all.
Will they, let us through, or do we need to evade them as well?
They've only been told to keep aberrations in. Nothing is preventing anyone from entering into the district. Though, she looks over at Vile. That one you might want to be careful if he decides to leave the district. They might mistake him for one of the homunculi.
Oh.
I'm sure you must be wondering why we haven't sent the trolls in or any of our other assets into the district.
Somewhat curious about that.
There's no one better suited, or hasn't been.
It's simple. The amounts of alchemical items are of high value in the district, after all. plus there's still a large number of functioning alchemy labs as well. So we would like to at some point reclaim the district, and we can't have some trolls bashing about destroying everything in sight.
I suppose that makes some sense.
That is fair.
Also, one wayward ice club and the whole district might explode.
Ugh.
So, to keep the collateral damage to a minimum, we often send some adventurers into the district to retrieve a variety of important items. We've even attempted a few times to clear the district out, but, well, the numbers are just too great for us to deal with at this time, she shrugs.
Given the chance, is there anything else you'd want us to grab?
I mean, if you find anything of particular value. The Glenhearts is the only thing I need at the moment, and I'm sure I'll be sending you all in for a variety of items in the future. But if you find something of particular import, I might even reward you.
Ooh.
Ah, yes, that reminds me. I recommend stopping by the markets and picking up some potions of antidotes.
Antidote?
Some areas of Fjordov's Wedge is coated in a slight mist of poison.
Oh, good.
I would recommend you stay away, of course, but, well, I'd hate for you to take a passing breath and keel over before you get the job done. She smiles.
Appreciate
fact,
the warning.
I recommend taking as much as you're willing to carry as far as being prepared for situations. Who knows what you'll run into? Well, you know the task. And Jasper here will retrieve your thuck. Feel free to take your time, like I said. We have much in store for you all. And she smiles before she nearly glides out of your house. Each of her steps just very light and with perfect posture.
I guess we could get a fire. Is this place furnished at all?
It is not.
Awesome.
Empty house.
Empty house. No beds, no nothing?
No beds, no nothing.
Well, I suppose we could maybe go back to the, maybe not the Blood Merchant Towers, but we passed through the hanging markets. We could find food and wood and get settled. Talk about this.
Yeah, we could. I have some, at least, cookware and a little bit of food left. Though not fresh food.
Well, as far as living in the city is concerned, now that you all have your base of operations established, you will be living under the low income cost of living. So rather than worrying about actually getting food every day and everything like that, each month you guys will be charged 3 gold pieces per person.
Okay.
All right.
If I charge that because I don't eat,
That is true. You don't eat, and you don't have much use for sundries. So yeah, I guess, Spud, you're kind of scot-free from that one.
yay!
Spud doesn't have to pay utilities.
Ah, damn.
So it's not paying his rent.
Spud, your name is on the lease. You have to pay the rent.
I'll pay for wood.
Okay.
I'll let you
But yeah.
decide how much of the 3 gold you owe, how much you would like to actually pay, I suppose.
Everyone's paying. I mean, I could like, how much is like months worth of wood for fire and cooking?
A gold piece.
Okay, I'll pay a gold a month.
Okay.
Would we be able, like, today to figure out, like, in game today, not like tonight today, figure out as far as like how to go about furnishing the place? Fiola slept in a bed. Fiola would like to sleep in a bed again instead of a bedroll on a hard wooden floor, but you know, she'll make do for while she has to.
I have no money.
I have some money. You little, y'all took some of my money.
True. I also can't pay rent this month until we go adventuring.
Well, good
Can't believe-
thing your rent, quote unquote, it's not rent, it's living expenses. Literally, it's just going towards paying for your food every day.
Yeah, That's like
Uh,
coppers and silver today.
starts today, so.
I'll keep track of that, I guess.
I am producing a calendar as we speak.
This is
Okay,
even
good.
more fitting. Damn, because Calden's here because he needed money. And
But
now
he has no money.
He has no money. That's why he became a bounty hunter. He needed money.
Had
I mean,
100
you
money,
had
and now you have
money.
money.
I had money, but he saw a cool sword and he bought it.
Y'all better use those fancy things you bought to keep my ass safe.
He will.
I will.
We should probably take a quest then for the adventurers board or whatever.
Yeah, is there a fun little? We have like a quest, like the main quest. Are there side quests like procedurally generated assassinate missions?
And just for all intents and purposes, I'm starting you guys off on the 1st of the month. Just
Okay.
to make things easier on me.
Do we pay at the beginning of the month or the end?
It's
like a
not rent,
weekend.
it's like we pay throughout the month,
Yeah.
technically.
Yeah, technically, at the end of the month is when you guys pay the money, but you're supposed to be spending it throughout. So
What month is it?
I'm doing that right now. Today
I'm a calendar
is
person.
It is
the
June.
1st of Desness.
Oh.
And it is a wheel day.
What does that mean?
Wheel day is Wednesday.
Okay.
It's fortunately for you all, it goes on the same kind of calendar we do. There's 12 months, 7 days a week. They just have slightly different names.
Right.
Also, each of the months are actually named after gods in the world.
Oh.
Not spelled with an S, not a Z. But yeah, what time of day is it? Like, did this only take us about half the day to get here, or?
There, the calendar is set. You guys have spent the majority of this morning, and it is now about midday.
I guess we should just go get furniture for now. Basic furniture, right? Maybe pick up a quest.
I think just getting the basics is probably good. We need food, we need wood. I would like to have furnishings, but they're not necessarily required.
I was fine just sleeping on my bedroll. I was considering going over to the witch's place where we were before, having them study me, but in turn, they can pay me for what they learn, if
That's
they learn anything.
not a bad idea.
I will let you all know that this venture that you guys are on, I did say this is a short-term campaign, so it's not designed to be super long or anything like that. But I am implementing a kind of open worldness to it in a sense. A variety of events will happen at certain times and certain days and things like that. But feel free to explore, talk to NPCs and everything like that. On top of the main quest that you guys receive, you guys have the ability to pick up side quests.
Everybody's favorite. So we all agree we're not completing the main quest line, right? We're only doing the side quests.
Yeah.
We have to
Until
do all the
level 5.
side quests, and then we go to the main quest to unlock more
Grossly
side
over
quests.
leveled. Yeah.
So
Yes.
curious about this. What's the collectible situation here? Like, do we have some like little trinkets, like 100 of them we gotta collect to get the true ending?
Yeah, we have to find like 500 acorns or something.
What do we got?
The little statues of famous heroes or something.
Like that you're thinking about this, Cameron.
I want to create an experience where you guys have fun. And it's the GM's job to always say yes. So, speaking on the true ending, yes. We'll say that there is a in each main quest area you guys go to, there is an important item, whether it's information, artifact, relic, or what have you, that will reveal to you slowly the true end game for this one. So
Oh shit!
God.
Nice.
if you find these items, whatever they may be, they'll reveal to you lore. And I'll let you know when you find it so you don't have to panic like, was that it? I don't know. Like, I'll put on your map marker, collectible found 0 of 1.
Nice.
Nice.
Let's go.
I want you all to explore. I want you to have fun, and I want you to talk to the NPCs and everything. This game is slated to end about when you guys hit level 5. So
We're just babies.
Nice.
Haha, bladed.
So, that being the case, it is still free and open and everything like that. Certain events will happen. The story will come to you if you don't come to the story. So, but don't
Can
feel like
we-
you have to rush. Take your time, explore. I have devised all kinds of things for you to find, all different manners of ways you guys can improve your characters. By the time you guys finish, you should be stronger than the average level 5 character.
Stronger than your average bear.
The only other thing we have to do, I think, get money is probably climb up to the top of the Blood Merchant towers and synchronize, or fix a radio or whatever.
Exactly.
Ooh,
There
a
you
fast
go.
travel point would be nice.
A waypoint.
All in all, and you know what, I'll make life even easier on you guys. I'll give you house upgrades that you can do, and I'll just give you a flat gold value you need to do the thing that you guys want to achieve. So,
Ooh, nice.
if you want base level furnishings for your place, I'll say I'll take 25 gold pieces and all. This will account for beds for everyone, cabinets, dressers, kitchen supplies, and the like. Not only that, but if you spend, here, I'll make another handout for your house improvements.
Yes, give us all the things. I like things.
Like to hire a personal chef.
No.
An
You
empty
personal
house with a
chefs?
personal chef.
That's it. That's all we hire.
We don't
Well-
need furniture. We do need a chef.
I will let you all know, the more you improve the furnishings for your house, the better the morale bonus you receive from it.
Yo,
Every time you stay in your house for a full day, or a full night anyway, you'll receive a certain number of hours of a morale bonus. This morale bonus is a circumstance bonus to all checks and DCs for a certain number of hours.
Ooh.
spend as much gold as we can, stack up the morale, and then go to where we're supposed to go.
Quickly.
Gotta
That's pretty
use
cool,
it.
And I'm getting this set up for you guys right now.
Ooh.
It'll update with time. But you guys
5
need to
hours of moral.
morale. Yeah. I need to add the E.
Moral.
Fixed. And as you get each of these, I'll check them off for you.
Okay.
I'm assuming Fiola and I are going to be buying furniture.
I cannot afford it.
Yeah, some of you spent all your money.
It'll be worth
Like,
it though. My
Irresponsible little roommate.
sword does 2d6 damage.
I did 2d4. And now I get a +1 to any trip and disarm checks I make with this.
The first question is, does the butler deliver the kobold to us?
Yes.
a
It takes
cage.
a couple hours
In a
because they don't
cage.
live like that close to you. But he does deliver Thuck, who when he sees you, he's like, "He was telling the truth. I thought you were captured." As he like grabs onto Calden's leg.
Nope, not captured.
Can we say, just for expedience sake, in the time it took for Thuck to be delivered, we have gone out and purchased food and wood and furniture?
Yes. Like I said, you don't have to worry about like buying the food and stuff everything. At the end of the month, I'll collect. And
Okay.
if you guys are short for whatever reason, then you'll
there will
start
be
suffering.
issues.
You lose.
You'll suffer morale penalties for the
Okay.
next month.
Hmm.
I need to know how much money it takes to send Buck to boarding school.
A
Should we
lot.
make Thuck go with?
Thuck is a character you guys can upgrade. And if you want to send him to witch school, he can learn to become a witch.
Upgrades, people. Upgrades.
Here's a possibility though. We wait until September in real world time, and we give Thuck a gun. We tell him to figure it out.
No.
We could teach him proper firearm safety, but let's give this child a gun.
I'm
Who's
all for it.
Yes.
Who am I splitting the 25 gold with for furnishings?
Me, 'cause I'm the only other one with money.
Woo.
Okay, that's one of us has to pay 12, one of us has to pay 13. I already paid these chuckle fucks. I would like to pay 12.
I'll take the 13.
Okay. Glad we talked about that.
While they're out buying, I would like to go back to the witch college.
Okay.
Seek out Jedwin.
All right, you seek out the secretary, Jedwin. Jedwin is busy and it takes a little bit of time, but they eventually come by and they're like, "Oh, Spud, how can we help you?"
I've thought over it. I'll take you up on your offer for me to be studied.
Oh.
However, I would like to be compensated for my time. I don't know how much a fair pricing is for that.
I've never seen Leshy with a good sense of economics. Interesting. Okay.
I learned
believe
from
the plan.
Irina.
Is that so? Even more curious. All right. Well, I guess depending on our fines, we'll pay you an hourly amount equal to one of your caliber. How does that sound?
Sounds fair to me.
Jay nods. All right. Well, whenever you have a free day, go ahead and feel free to stop by, and we'll make sure that you're reimbursed.
I'm actually free right now. If you are up
Oh.
for it.
Maybe not today. We need to make sure that we have it all set up, you see. But as soon as tomorrow, you'll be free to do so.
Okay. Go on back to my house. Our house.
Our house.
I was about to do that.
The middle of our tree. You probably come home and Fiola's in the middle of like trying to instruct movers on where to put everything.
I'll help the movers as best as I can.
I'm in a recliner just looking at a pamphlet for boarding school. I would like to buy a few potions.
Okay. What potions would you like to buy?
Maybe a couple more healing potions, and then mostly antidote and whatever else was suggested to us.
Antidote was the last that was suggested to you, but she also said whatever you think for any situation, so. Alright. For up to lesser potions, you guys pay book price. For anything above lesser potions, as far as item level is concerned, which I believe is item level 3, you guys will have to pay 20% more.
Ugh.
What's the book price for lesser?
You can actually type it into the compendium, and you can see it there, and you can actually pull it onto your character sheet.
I see.
The lesser healing potion, which is, level 3, is 12 gold pieces.
Okay. And the lesser antidote is 3, right?
Yeah.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, I'll get a couple healing potions and like a few of the antidotes. I'll just do that math on my own over here.
Okay. Don't forget to mark those in your bags or your pouches, so I know, or so you can pull them out on the fly.
Indeed.
Can Fiola also, while she was out, go ahead and buy a lesser healing potion?
Yes.
We can buy bombs.
Maybe not.
So we could.
Okay. 36 minus 12 is 24, right? I can do math.
Yes, it is.
I'm good at math, you guys.
All right, there's the basic list of house upgrades.
Oh man, we need so much money.
Yeah.
We're broke.
I'll also let you know that whenever you buy a furnishing upgrade, you have to have the prior upgrades first.
Okay. So like we would have had to buy basic furnishings anyways. We couldn't have jumped straight to modest.
Correct.
Okay. At least we have basic. We're not sleeping on the floor.
Then we should
Thanks.
probably do the main quest soon then. That's what I'm getting.
Yeah, I spent almost
Yeah.
all my gold. I got 1 healing potion and 5 antidotes.
Do we just want to head into that district like the next morning?
Well, I gotta wait a couple days for my Tekokagi.
Yeah, we
you
gotta
wanna
wait.
wait for that.
I think while we're waiting, we could probably maybe do some research on it. Like, we know kind of what's in there, but maybe we can find out some more from people around in the area. Or even just the witch's spire. Maybe they have more information.
I'll
We could
also
also
let you
pick up
guys.
some basic side quests at the for adventurers for some quick money.
Well, y'all know I'm at the Witch College, at least for tomorrow.
I'll also let you know that information gathering is very useful. You can find out about particular types of threats you may encounter, some things you might need to purchase ahead of time, and maybe even the possibility of finding loot.
We like shiny things.
Shiny things are
Could
great.
ask to see what cool shit we can find. Because if we find more cool stuff, we can get compensated for it. More money.
I guess over dinner that night, Fiola will bring it up and mention while they're waiting for the weapon. I know Evelyn gave us a little bit of information and it was very helpful, but I think we should familiarize ourselves with the area more before we try to delve into it.
I think that's a good idea.
But sitting there still playing with Ice Pony.
Did
Just
he take it with him?
I did. It's mine now, forever.
Put it in your inventory.
Ice pony.
You can always ask.
I don't know if I'll be much help researching.
Did you had did the witches offer you anything while we were out shopping?
I offered them to let them study me. and asked for compensation, which I was told I would get it. That's all I have at the moment. So I should be able to at least partially pay you back.
Also, while you're with the witches, you could always ask them a few questions about the district. Mainly, what I was going to look for is, I don't know, any rumored special things there. See if we can find something to turn in and get some more money.
I had thought about that, actually.
If anyone
will.
would know, I think they would.
I will ask them when I see them tomorrow.
Perfect. Thank you.
And we should probably figure out if her gaze like slides across to where Thuck is sitting, wherever that may be.
He is also playing
At
with
the
a nice
table.
pony.
Yo,
Um,
ice pony jousts.
while they ice pony joust, she looks back between Calden and Vile. Should we get him? Should he come with us?
I don't think you should.
I don't really either, but can we trust him to leave him here all day?
He either stays here and possibly gets into trouble, or most likely dies. I'd say him staying here is probably better.
I mean, I don't want to keep him shut in. We freed him from prison, but I don't know if he has anywhere to go. It doesn't really feel fair to just make him stay. It's not much more of freedom. He's just a prisoner here.
Mm.
We could always maybe see if he's got any skills. If he's good with he could wear armor maybe, or I have a dagger he could try using. It just doesn't feel fair to leave him here.
We can try teaching him something.
We just turn him to a witch oracle rogue champion multi-class.
I mean, if it comes to giving him attack, I know minor amounts of swordplay. Not much. I don't really fight head to head, but
Maybe he'll just pick some things up as we go. He can stay behind us. I'm not really going to be much of a running ahead type myself. I'll leave that to types like Spud.
But at like the mention of their name just looks over. What are we talking about?
Yep! He bashes your horse over.
Oh, damn!
Thuck wins this
You win
one.
this. How are you so good at this?
Because Calden is watching me as he sets down an ice Calden.
Oh my
Where the
god.
fuck did you get that?
The butler gave it to me.
An ice Calden.
He promised to take Thuck to Calden, but I wasn't sure, so he gave me ice Calden, and I believed him.
There are a few reasons why I have issues with this. Whatever.
I feel like if I introduced him to religion, he'd somehow start worshipping Calden.
Probably.
God, could Calden become a demigod?
Yes, that's quite easy in Pathfinder, actually.
Robin finds a way to ascend, like, at the aid of Thuck, so that he can actually give Thuck, like, magic.
You
Oh,
can
God.
become
Level 1
gods.
demigod.
It's hard, but you can become gods in the system. You just have to go to the Starstone Chapel and survive the Starstone Challenge.
Easy. Let's go there now, guys.
I think we're
Yeah.
a good enough level, yeah.
Well, a lot shorter campaign than I thought I was going to be.
But I think it's a good idea to, or at least a better idea to try and bring him along.
If we take him, he's going to die.
And if he stays here, I'm going to feel horrible.
We can at least try one fight. If it comes to that. I hope it doesn't.
Something small.
And
Evelyn said there was an adventurer's board of some sort somewhere. We can... Just a little job.
we can test it out. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. Or they could just suddenly, I don't know, be a prodigy in some sort of field, and we benefit.
Or he'll get scared and run away, and then it's not necessarily our problem.
Doesn't seem like the type that would do that. But we'll see. We could find a job to test, though. I do like that idea.
Yeah, we should at least find something to test ourselves. Gather information, test ourselves, all sounds like a better way to start than just rushing into danger blindly.
True. I actually haven't willingly fought anything in a while, so
I haven't willingly fought anything ever.
then yes, you will need to learn.
I mean, we fought wolves one time.
There's that.
Even when you almost died?
Yes. It didn't go so well for me.
But you didn't die. That's okay.
It'll be worse when we eventually have to fight people.
Hopefully they're obviously bad people.
Hopefully.
I suppose for now we should get some rest and get an early start tomorrow.
That is a good idea.
I'll continue ice pony jousting.
Sorry, typing notes for y'all. Alright, I have created a notes handout as well. I should create a folder for this. Alrighty. There's a notes section, calendar, and house upgrade tab now.
Nice.
Ooh.
And you're all able to update these as well.
Oh, nice.
I have control over it.
Update the calendar?
Yes.
Oh, I love calendars.
Yeah.
But if we're getting ready to go to bed before she leaves the main living area, Fiola is going to take out that bell that she purchased today. And she is going to cast alarm in front of the front door. Just in case.
So you do so. And you all rest. You awaken. It's a little chillier than it was waking up in Miss Fulbright's estate. And you get up, you have your meager meals, you realize now just how big the gap is between you and the lap of luxury.
Get there one day.
The bane of being a spellcaster. New day, new spells.
Yep, gotta slot your spells.
That's what I'm doing really quick.
Yeah, my one spell. Woo.
My no spells. Ooh.
Spontaneous casters for the win.
Have the sword.
All right. So, real quick, let's go ahead and take a bathroom break. We'll take a 10-minute break real quick. So, be back by 7:02 Pacific Standard Time. And if you I want you all to think about what you want to do for the next few days, at least the next 4 days, while Spud's getting the Tekogaki enchanted.
Woo.
Inscribed, rune inscribed. That's what it is. And yeah, if you guys have any questions for me or anything like that, let me know. Granted, I'll be in the bathroom for a short little bit, so we're gonna go ahead and take a break. And if you're watching still, thank you so much. And if you haven't done so already, please follow to see more amazing content like this. We'll be running a new slate every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And we also have another Pathfinder game over on Tuesdays, and that is our Whispers in the Dark. And if you missed any of the episodes, or if you didn't catch us right at the beginning here, you can actually find these all at Bad Luck Gamer over on YouTube. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break.
Yeah.
And we're back. Celeste has decided to join me in my lap today, so
We are blessed.
Yay.
blessed.
If I turn too fast, my cat freaks out and runs around the room.
Celeste after she wakes up is very cuddly and
No.
and amiable. After that, she becomes a little tyrant and destroys anything that comes close to her.
Yay. It's her house and she's letting you know.
Yep. All right, so we're back. It is the next day. What are you guys doing?
Go back to Witch College to be studied.
I need
Okay.
to go chat. I'm usually gonna hack today.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know. So, Spud. Essentially, how this works is it'll be as if you were taking the downtime activity to work,
Yeah.
though slightly different. You cannot fail.
Yay.
And the amount that you are paid will increase based on your highest skill proficiency. So it's actually a pretty sick deal because it does mean that you will always earn your maximum amount of income without trying.
Nice. As well as while I'm there, gonna ask questions about the place we're going to.
All right. What about you, Philo? What are you planning on doing today?
I will take Thuck with me around unless he really wants to go with Calden, I guess.
I mean, he does really want to go with Calden, but also you have persuaded him before.
So I will try to take Thuck with me, just to kind of keep him, under watch, and just kind of go around. Let's see, kind of get familiar with the city, ask around in the Blood Merchant Towers and the Hanging Market, kind of these areas that surround the Wedge, and just ask about what do they know. Also, I would like to see if Thuck can possibly put on armor. I don't know if there's a trying on armor thing you can do to see if he's... I highly doubt he's trained in it, but it's worth a try.
And what about you, Vile?
I'm gonna just go around, I guess, trying to figure out information on that one district that we were supposed to go, and also maybe check out like the adventurers' jobs that we can get, just to let everyone know, get a sense of what those would be.
Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and do this in a particular order. Let's go ahead and start off with Spud. So, Spud, you go to the Witch Spire today, and over the course of the day, you'll earn 2 silver pieces.
Yo. Do I learn any information?
And what were you asking about?
Just the place we're gonna go to. Where if there's any materials anyone that's studying me knows about that they would like. Where the Glenhart might be.
Okay. 1 second. Dun, 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 dun. Where is... Do I have to do it on the book? All right, I'll have to get her image a little later. But you you're asking about, and many of the hedge witches are like, well, there is this, and they tell you a whole list of ingredients that is honestly a lot to keep track of, and you don't really know potions all that well. But there's one in particular. She is a particularly adventurer style looking hedge witch. She's got kind of a bigger nose, a wart on it, red hair, kind of pulled back into a tight ponytail or a tight bun. And she's wearing traveling gear, and she has a bunch of like vials on a bandolier. And she comes up and she says, well, what is a little potato like you going to be doing all the way in Fyodov's Wedge?
Evelyn asked me and my group to retrieve something for her that's in there.
Evelyn? Evelyn Fulbright?
Yes.
Oh, I see. Well, let's see here. You're looking for something, I'm assuming, for compensation, correct?
Yes.
Tell me, little potato, what do you want?
I don't know what I want at the moment, except gold. That's all I really know. But if you have anything to offer, I'm not opposed to it. If you have anything that can help a witch out, just low, like a starting out witch, that would be nice too.
Something for a starting out witch, you say? Were you interested in becoming a witch, little potato?
No, not me. It's for a friend.
You're so kind. Well, I do have some bits and baubles here and there. So, sure, I can think of something for you. There was a particular cauldron used by Fyodov.
Used by who?
Fyodov.
The alchemist.
Yeah.
It should be in the same place that you'll find the Glenheart. Or at least that's what I'm assuming you're being sent in there for.
It is.
Predictable, she says as she shakes her head. Well, this cauldron is quite unique as it has a coppery finish on the bottom. It should be easy enough to see.
Is this for my friend or is this for you?
Oh, this is for me. For
Okay.
your friend, I can offer a few magic items, I suppose.
Such as...
Well, I don't know exactly what she wants. It's hard to say. I could provide something like... Oh, I don't know. I could provide a dancing scarf.
I'm gonna be honest with you. No idea what that is.
Yes. This is quite the predicament, isn't it?
I think it might be better to speak with her directly.
Well, how about this? I also have at my disposal, a hat of disguise. very beneficial. Or maybe a hat of the Magi. I have a lot of hats, I just realized.
What do those do?
Well, a hat of the Magi allows the wearer to perform prestidigitation, a useful cantrip. Also, it gives you a bonus on any checks to identify arcane items. She says total meta knowledge, but you know.
It might be best for her to decide.
Well, you bring this to me, and I'll provide you a magic item of middling quality. As in, she'll provide to you guys one magic item of item level 3.
Shit.
Damn.
That is common.
Thank you. I'll let her know.
All right. She smiles.
Smile back.
Alrighty. So with that, let's go ahead and do Keldon.
All right.
So you're trying to find Jess?
Yeah. Taking her up on that offer.
All right. Well, wandering around the Witch Spire long enough, you eventually run into them. They come up to you. Well, hi, what are you doing today? Just looking around, or were you looking to become a witch?
Just looking around. I was also seeing if I could meet with you and your mother to learn a little bit more about hags and changelings.
Really? Sure. Yeah. They put their finger to the lips. How about you come by this evening and we'll have dinner together?
Sounds good.
Okay. I'll let my mom know. They smile. And then they turn on their heel. And it's like, well, I got classes to get to, but I'm glad I caught you.
Yeah. Same. Lets them go on their way.
They head off. Later that evening, you go to the address that they obviously told you. And you see a very nice looking house just off of the riverfront. Somewhere in between the riverfront and Post Hills Quarter. Or Potts Hills Quarter, I'm sorry. As you knock on the door to enter in, it opens, and there before you is a wretched looking crone.
Takes like a quick inhale, but recovers quickly, falling back on his politeness. Hi.
Definitely. Veil May. I don't trust you.
I do not blame you.
Jess, your friend is here. She turns and hobbles into the home. Jess comes up. Hi. Don't let her scare you. Her bark is worse than her bites.
I'll keep that in mind.
Sorry, 1 second.
Yeah.
This is a winter hag.
Nice.
Ah,
Berkey.
As you enter in, the home seems relatively normal. There's a variety of kind of grim knickknacks, a variety of animal skulls, and some that might look more humanoid than you're comfortable with. Kind of on the walls, on hangers and everything. And there's a large cauldron pot currently cooking something up. It's rather, modest. Not too much in the way of fancy furnishings or anything, but the handmade wooden chairs are comfortable. Some even have these nice cushions full of gossamer. And Jess kind of just sits down on the chair, kicking their legs and looking over at you. So, what'd you want to know?
honestly, whatever information you have, all I know is roughly what a blood hag is. And that I can peel off my skin.
Gross.
Yeah. That's really all I got. I just have enough to know that my mother was a blood hag. And what they usually do.
It's at this point that her mother turns around and she says, "They're ugly, disgusting hags who do nothing but trick people into sleeping with them. Those harlots." She goes and stirs the pot.
It's roughly the information I had.
But, boy, what do you want to know specifically?
I guess what's the carryover for a lot of for a changeling? Because I just know I'm human and hag.
Well, for most of our kind, anyway, we don't really let our mayors go too long before they join the coven. Though obviously here we're a little different. Isn't that right, little Jessie? And Justice smiles. Have you heard the call?
The call?
That dumb look on your face says it all. She stirs her pot some more.
I am unaware of what that is, yes.
If you hear in your dreams or in the middle of the night, or you just get this inkling sensation, she kind of slowly draws her claws towards you. The need to go somewhere to meet someone, that is the call.
Huh.
Though, due to that thing dangling between your legs, it's probably not likely to happen.
Good for me, I guess.
Well, likely to happen. Doesn't mean it won't happen. And if your mother does call for you, then you'll join her coven and become a hag as well.
Do I have to?
It depends on how strong you are mentally, child.
I don't have an answer for that. I don't know how strong mentally I am.
She turns and looks at you. Then one of her eyes just kind of widen and bulge nearly outside the socket. I need you to make a will save.
You know, I said it, and I was like, "Ah, she's gonna cast a spell on me, isn't she?"
Yep.
Will save. Not my best one.
Oh, okay.
All right, never mind. I take that back.
You fail.
I
By
failed.
1.
God damn it!
You needed 20.
Jesus.
You suddenly become very ill and you become sickened,
No.
which means you have a -1 to all skill checks and DCs until you retch.
Ooh.
Pardon me. And
As she looks at you, you feel your insides churn, and you begin to feel violently ill as the urge to vomit quickly builds up inside you.
He quickly steps outside for a second. Just, excuse me. He retches outside the door.
Make a fortitude saving throw, please.
Oh, that's my worst.
Can you make it to the door?
22.
Fail.
Oh, shit. Fuck. God damn it.
Yeah. You spend... Actually, keep rolling till you get a nat 20 for me, please.
Oh no.
This will just go to show how violently ill you feel.
We'll come back for you next week. It's okay.
I'm just getting grace.
Oh god. This is like when you have the
He's just
flu
out of the campaign, huh?
and it goes up a little bit and you're like, you feel better. You feel a little bit better. And then you start to feel worse. Oh, you're close. So close. Yet so far.
Cameron, please.
And you think you feel good, so you stand up and immediately die.
You've got a few 19s.
I'm so upset right now. Release me from this purgatory.
Stop, he's already dead.
Oh no!
Uh,
You're not gonna have anything to throw up soon.
Oh, Jesus.
Cameron,
Nice
stop!
no. Stop! He's already dead.
Cameron, please.
I'm super curious when this 20 will come. You've rolled more than 20 times, and you rolled 2 1s.
He's rolled a lot of 19s. There's another one.
So many 19s. Come on, Alex. There it is.
God damn it.
You secured yourself the
Oh,
pity
Alex, why? I had to count all the...
You're the one who wanted me to make this check. Don't blame me for this.
7,
So where are you getting the money for your hospital bills?
14,
I don't know. You're broke.
13, 19, 25.
Hope he makes this in like tens of minutes and not hours.
I'm pretty sure it's like every turn you can retch.
31. It's
Oh,
every
God.
action.
Yeah.
God. You're like, Jess, I have to go.
31, 37,
Oh, no.
43. Oh, God, Alex. Your luck is shit.
I'm aware.
43, 49, 52. 52.
That's 17 divided by 3.
Which would be...
I think if my math is right, it's almost half an hour, but I could be wrong.
You're very much wrong.
I
That's
didn't
nearly
wrong.
2 minutes straight
Oh
of
god.
retching. Granted, this is power retching. Every 6 seconds you try 3 times.
Yeah, it's not a good situation.
It's really, really bad. You would have been out for a full 2 combats, 3 combats probably, 4 combats. Like, the average combat's like 3 rounds, 3 to 4 rounds. So, you are violently, violently ill for that amount of time, and you finally throw up, and you are exhausted from the effort.
He does his best to compose himself and re-enter.
As you're there, Jess looks completely like worried about you. Like, are you okay? Mom! She turns.
I'm fine.
Why would you do that to him? And she just sits there and kind of cackles to herself. Because that's how weak he is. She continues stirring the pot. And Jess is like, Mom! And she just looks at you. Or they look at you. And they're like, I'm sorry. It's just...
It's fine. It's at least useful to know where the bar is. He kind of like coughs into his hand a little, but
At first, it will be just a whisper in your ear, a sound, a voice, or whisper. But eventually, as time grows, it will become more and more irresistible. At its peak, it will be no less difficult than what you just went through. That is the power of the call. So hope that she didn't choose an ugly male like you.
I'll certainly hope.
Mom, isn't there anything we can do? Isn't there any way we can help him? Well, not that I'm particularly stronger than a blood hag, but I guess there's something. She looks over at Jess, and her normally, like, angry-looking disposition kind of melts a little. Fine. Only because you're so cute. So she goes and she kind of pinches Jess's cheek. And she goes and rummaging through her things. After a moment, she comes over to you. She grabs your arm and wrenches it forward, and you realize she's really strong.
Yeah.
She has an 18 strength.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, that's more than me.
I have a 14 strength.
As she wrenches your arm and she places in it a little effigy made of twisted briar around some kind of stone. If you feel like you're about to submit to the call, for whatever reason, crush this effigy. It'll free you for a time. Once.
All right.
Always keep it on your person. She goes over and continues stirring the pot.
I appreciate the help.
Meh. She grunts, and then she's like, dinner is served, as she produces some wooden bowls and slops whatever is in the pot, the cauldron, over to you guys. And In it is a variety of body bits that you don't normally eat, including eyes. A lot of eyes. Jess looks ecstatic though, and she's like, my favorite. She sits down, or they sit down and begins eating.
Colton tries to eat it. He is too polite not to.
It's disgusting.
Yeah.
But you gave everything you had vomiting earlier, so at least you don't have the energy to throw this up.
He eats as much as is like socially acceptable, enough that he's like, I ate your food, I didn't just take a sip and throw it away. In his own head being like, this is I guess this is what I have looking forward to if I heed the call.
Yep. Beyond that, she'll answer any other questions you may have.
Other than that, it's just minor small talk, and also just maybe a few questions of like the different types of hags.
More or less, she answers. As far as like what it comes to being a changeling, you may inherit your mother's strength or her sharp claws, maybe the ability to cast some occultic cantrips. It really just matters how much you take from your mother's side of things.
Yeah.
With that, the evening comes to an end and Jess kind of sees you off and apologizes again. I'm so sorry. Mother is harsh to most people.
It's all right. It gives me something to expect.
Well, don't be a stranger. I mean, us changelings have to stick together. And elbows you a little bit.
Of course.
No, have a nice evening. And they
You
close
too.
the door.
On the way back, Calden tries to find some like better food for like 4 silver.
You spoil yourself a little bit. You get yourself some like nice jerky, maybe some sweet tarts and
Something to get the taste out of his mouth.
yeah. It wasn't really much the taste as much as the texture.
Oh, it's even worse. I hate that more. Oh, no.
I know.
Thanks, I hate it.
Oh god.
Yeah, when you eat an eyeball, you realize that something so jelly-like also has a very rough texture. Or not texture, but it's a jelly-like texture, but it's incredibly hard to chew through. And when you do, it pops.
Why do you stop? Why do you keep speaking? Gross.
Did you bring how many
Sorry.
leftovers?
No.
Miles like,
Oh, no.
hey.
You can go hang out with the hag if you want to.
I'd love it.
She can use him for food.
All right, Vile. You're going around today. Where do you head first?
Do I know where the adventuring board stuff is?
Let's see here. That would most likely be in is it Pottsill's quarter? 1 second. Ah, no, that's actually on the riverfront. The riverfront is a large open docking area where a lot of the goods that come into the city pass through. Actually, almost all the goods for the city pass through this quarter, as traveling through these wintry lands is a hardship to say the least.
I will go over there to start my investigation, I guess, because I need to check that out anyway.
Okay. As you come through here, you do see a Frosthaven's adventuring guild, and they have a quest board out front.
And it's just like anyone can take quests. You don't have to be like a registered adventurer or anything.
You don't really know, but you do see people coming by, looking over the board and ripping a page off the board and heading off without going inside.
Okay, I just want to like look at it for now. I don't want to take anything without talking with the group.
That's fair. Looking over, there is a wide variety of quests. Some that lie outside the city walls, some that are very dangerous, some even involving taking on ice giants in the local region. But you do find some that actually come from the Coldwater, which is the quarter you guys all live in. One of which is a house that seems to be overrun by Fwoth. And they're paying 25 gold a claw.
That one seems interesting. And then other than that, I guess we were told that like people often got adventurers to go into the Fyodov's Wedge. So I think I want to like talk around with adventurers around here to see if I can find anyone that's been in there before.
Okay. And just so you know, the quest board seems to be first come, first serve, taking off the quest. So if you leave that quest there, it might not be there when you come back.
Yeah, I guess there's no harm taking it. Yeah, I'll take it.
You can always put it back.
Yeah.
It's fair. Okay. Well, you find that the best place to go is inside Frosthaven, as that's where there seems to be like a commons area with a wide variety of adventurers.
Yeah, I'll do that then. Ask around a bit.
As you come in and kind of like begin to look around for anyone to talk to, some of the adventurers kind of look at you and look like they're ready to draw their weapons, but they see you have a quest in your hand, and they relax a bit and kind of sit back, still keeping an eye on you. You go and ask around. Roll for me a diplomacy or society. Okay, not bad. Going around, you eventually come to a group of, an assorted group of dwarves, gnomes, and halflings. Going over to them, one of the halflings, a rather dapper fellow with nice high sideburns, wearing some glasses and seems very official, looks you over. And when you ask about Fyodov's Wedge, he's like, "Yes, we've been there before. Our group takes a lot of the, well, hard to fit range of quests, as you can imagine. I recommend getting a gas mask of some form, or just, I guess, drinking potions of antidotes beforehand." Oh, yes. Also, avoid using fire spells or torches. Much of the chemicals are flammable, to say the least. The dwarf sitting there, pulling at their beard.
Gas mask, potions, no fire.
You're definitely free to talk to him.
I'd like to try to gauge like the strength of the thing. Have any of you fought anything over there? Are they hard to deal with?
They all look at each other and they all laugh. And they're like, well, I mean, I guess it depends on your means. We're an official group after all, so we don't have much problems. And then one of the halflings kind of steps up. He's got a big, like an acid burn on the right side of their face. He's like, yeah, what about the one that give me this? He points at his face. He's like, well, I mean, if you weren't so careless, it wouldn't have gotten his tentacles wrapped around you. Careless? If it wasn't for me, your ass would have been thrown through the wall. They begin to scuffle a little bit, and the dwarf kind of steps in. No. You must be careful, sir. Ma'am. Sorry. You see, much of the aberrations that live there are, well, chaotic, to say the least. Their powers can be hard to deal with. They don't take acid damage too much, you can imagine. And some of the bigger ones are better off just getting around. Most of them are rather dull-witted and are easy enough to stealth by, though some have peculiar senses or just a multitude of eyes. Though such beings are particularly vulnerable to sudden flashes of light.
Let's see.
All in all, I would say it's not too dangerous if you're a well-off enough adventurer, but if you're just starting out, try not to deal with anything larger than you are.
Let's see. Are encounters common there? How often would you run into things?
It depends on how deep you plan on going. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it becomes. But I will tell you, you will not be able to go and leave without running into something. The place is literally filled with such things.
Well, is there anything you'd suggest getting other than gas mask, potions, stuff like that?
They look you over. I mean, if you can get a scroll of resist energy for acid, I would highly recommend it. The sheer number of slimes in the area will make it worth every gold piece.
I see. Do you have any more information that you think would be useful, or?
Don't get greedy. That is the easiest way to die. If you see something valuable, but you aren't aware of your current surroundings, leave it be. Your life is more valuable.
Seems like good advice. I'll keep it in mind.
They all look to each other. The halfling that spoke earlier kind of rolls his eyes. And he's like, you know, not a lot of newbies ask a lot of questions. Or at least, I'm sorry if you're not new, but only newbies really ask about Fyodor's wedge. Anyway, I guess we can do this. As he goes and he pulls a scroll out of a case and hands it to you. Good luck. Don't die.
Thank you. I hope it goes well. And I will wave them goodbye.
Looking over the scroll is a scroll of resist energy. Which is a second level spell, and it gives the target 10 minutes of resistance 5 to your choice of acid, cold, electricity, fire, or sonic damage. This scroll is worth about 12 gold pieces.
I might look into getting another one if we end up earning more money.
I was gonna say, don't you only have like 7 gold pieces?
Yeah. But I got one now.
Is resistance 5 just you negate 5 points of damage?
Yes.
It
Sweet.
is pretty helpful.
Oh no, it's incredibly helpful. When you take a d6 acid damage, you take probably no acid damage most of the time.
Yeah,
Or
most
one.
one. It's pretty cool. I know some certain tieflings, if you pick one right, you can pick like an element and there's resistance 5 to it. It's pretty cool. Same with
Alright.
Ifrits too.
And last but not least, Fiola.
Sorry, right as you said that, I had the biggest yawn. I was like, I can't talk while I'm yawning.
I know, we're almost done.
No, it wasn't mean to be like, we need to wrap up. It was just like, it was the biggest yawn. But yeah, Fiola takes Thuck and kind of explores just like the hanging markets, kind of dipping into various other districts, but not really going very far into them. She wants to see if she can find any sort of weapon or thing that Thuck seems to gravitate towards. So he's not just going in with nothing.
Well, you go through a variety of items, armor and weapons. Thuck is just awkward in general, and you don't really detect any major proficiencies.
Yeah, I figured that was gonna happen.
But you find that you ask Thuck if like he's used anything. He knows how to use some simple weapons. He can use a spear or a club. But he's also proficient in crafting snares.
Snares. Okay.
A rather common trait amongst kobolds.
Yeah. Well, can I get him, like, how much would it cost me just to get him a club?
It will cost you 5 copper pieces.
Also, go out in the woods and get a big stick.
Just I don't want to leave the city. Okay.
If you have
1
5 gold
plus.
pieces, you can give him a snare kit, which will allow him to craft snares.
Yes, I will give him a snare kit. That's 5, so it's 19, and then that becomes 10 silver. Is the conversion rate still the same? 10 silver to 1 gold, 10 copper to 1 silver?
Yes.
Okay, so then you said 5
5 copper.
So I have 10 of those, so then I have 9. I hate doing math. So then I have 10 of those, and then I do that, and it's 5. Okay. Now I have all this change.
Yep.
Oh yeah, she gets a snare kit and a club. And while they're walking around, she just kind of, in general, asks non-specifically about Fyodov's wedge, what's in there. If an adventurer was to go in there, what should they expect? I know a lot of this has already been answered, but she doesn't know that. Just generalized, trying to gather information that might be helpful.
Okay, go ahead and make your choice of society or diplomacy.
Oh boy, let's see. Do this. Ha! Can I use my hero point to roll again?
Yes, you can.
That's better. That's
Way
better. She got a little distracted for a minute, like, fuck, stop messing with that, just a moment. And then she started talking again.
Okay. Yeah, he makes it hard because anyone you like come up and ask, he's just like, "Do you want to see my horse?" as he holds up the horse. And they're just like,
damn it.
yeah, no. But eventually you kind of set him off to the side a bit and you like tell him to play with his new snare kit. And you begin talking to someone. And so you're talking about Fyodor's wedge. Just anything you would need to know, generally.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, you get a lot of the same information that Vile got, but you do find a little bit more. If one were to spend a significant amount of time in Fyodor's Wedge collecting alchemical supplies, you could essentially supply for yourself alchemical crafting as much as you need without needing to go and buy stuff from the markets. This service, though, can be extended to any crafters you may know, or even to those in the market. So, depending on how much bulk of alchemical crafting supplies you guys get, that will give you a 50% discount on any alchemical crafting items you guys wish to receive. You can get 4 potions at half price per bulk of alchemical crafting supplies that you find.
That's no joke. Good to know. Good to know.
So if you want to truly benefit, get someone who can either carry a bunch of stuff or bring a lot of bags.
I'm gonna bring my red wagon.
Duck will sit in the wagon.
It's like a kid on the beach. But in general, she just finds the other stuff, sort of avoid using fire, gas mask, potion of antidote, stuff like that.
Yep. And again, similarly, lots of slimes. So anything that resists acid is beneficial. When you turn around, Thuck has somehow started producing wooden stakes. And he looks at you and he's just like, pointy!
Where did you get those? She goes over and
I made them.
we make them at home.
Okay.
The market is not a place to make snares.
Okay.
She helps him to pick up his stakes.
So Thuck knows how to make a caltrop snare, dust pods, a spike snare, or a signaling snare.
Damn, Thuck's not
Nice.
stupid.
Good on him.
So,
Each snare costs 3 gold pieces.
ugh. So every time he makes a snare, despite the 5 gold pieces that it took just to get the kit, he then needs an additional 3 gold pieces.
Yes.
Man, Thuck, why are you so expensive?
It really is a kid. Good God.
And he can make a snare once every 4 days.
It's every 4 days.
You have to craft them.
This man is useless. So he can make them, and then we can take them and set them up, or he has to make them
Yes.
where they're okay.
Let me
That's
double
a little
check the
bit
feet
better,
real
I
quick.
guess.
But yes, you can take them with you and set them up.
Okay, well that's a little better.
Essentially, you pick a square on the map and then you set the trap up. And I think it takes 10 minutes. Let me double check real quick. We haven't had anyone use snares yet, so this is a new skill. Oh, it might be under snare kit. No, it's not there. God damn it. Oh, he can make them in the battlefield. Never mind. So it doesn't take him 4 days.
Oh,
Oh,
It takes a minute to craft a snare.
that's not horrible.
Though if he wants to have a bunch of extra snares on hand, he can make them at a cheaper price by spending 4 days on them.
Oh, we have some downtime. Maybe I'll ask him to make one.
Anything else?
No, she just spends some time kind of getting familiar with Algidhart, just sort of wandering around a little bit more to learn about the different districts and what's around and just get familiar
Okay.
with Thuck.
Well, with that, you all kind of convene and give your information to each other. Vile produces a possible quest for y'all to take for some monies. And we'll get back to this next week.
All right.
Yeet.
All
Solid
right.
game.
It was a lot of, you know, figuring the town out, exploring, getting set up. You guys now have a house.
Yeah.
Quests, you guys know the general gist of the game. You guys have all kinds of exploration activities you can do now and all kinds of fun stuff. But because we've been having a lot of just straight RP sessions for the last week, or a few weeks actually, I will give you all a choice. We can either boost you all to level 2 right now, or you can do it the legit way.
I would like to be level 2
Boost
right
it.
now.
Boost that shit.
Boost,
I don't need.
boost
I don't need to earn things. Fuck that.
None of that shit. Take us straight to the top.
I
Why
would
stop
prefer,
there? Let's go all the way to 20.
I would prefer to do it the legit way, but everyone else seems to just want to jump.
We can
I don't
jump
mind
just for the like questing and stuff, and then after that, once we start doing, I'm really afraid about going into any sort of combat at level 1.
Understandably.
You're just
It does give you a little bit more hit points to cushion you.
If we jump, does Thuck get to jump with us?
Indeed.
Okay,
Yes.
so he can come
Got no
too.
reason to do it.
Okay. I'm fully on the side of jumping now.
Alrighty. Well, so y'all level up, so we don't really need to do experience this time around.
Ooh.
Do we zero out our experience, or do we leave it as is and just say level 2?
There's multiple ways. Everyone has done it kind of their own way. Personally, I zero out because it's every 1,000 experience. So, like,
Oh.
once you hit 1,000, it's not like you need a total 2,000. It's just every 1,000. And the book even tells you to, once you hit 1,000, you keep any left over, but you zero out. So
I always just did 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, so on. I didn't even think about zeroing it out.
yeah, everyone has done it differently. It's just one of those things where it's whatever you feel is best with. It comes out the same either way.
So regardless of what we have right now, we'll still need another 1,000 on top of that to get to level 3.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I was, because I didn't want to like delete 455 experience points if that would get me closer to level 3, but if I would need 1,455, then that doesn't matter. I will just zero it out. Guys, I get another spell.
A fun feat, actually. This is a really fun feat. It's called Backup Disguise. I can have a disguise, and then underneath the disguise can be another disguise.
Alrighty.
Essentially.
So as you guys are leveling up, you can always ask me for any help if there's anything you need to decide or anything you need help with. As for Thuck, since you guys didn't really spend any time coaching him one way or another, he gets his default options. Thuck can be a fighter, a ranger, or a sorcerer.
We want to give this man fire.
I feel like Ranger or Fighter would be better.
Yeah, I think Ranger, because we were talking about keeping him back, right?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
he's got the least amount of hit points out of all of us. He's always going to be a lower level.
Yeah.
So he needs to probably stay back.
Well, I will let you know, Rangers are not necessarily the best ranged characters. Fighters actually probably are one of the best ranged fighters
Sure.
with a bow. Rangers
Oh.
have specific skills that make them good at tracking targets. They're good at singling out targets. And depending on your preferences for Thuck, you might even get an animal companion.
Then maybe we should go with the fighter.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. And fighter will allow him to have higher armor.
Oh, good.
Sweet.
All right. And because, again, you guys didn't do all too much with him, I'm going to give him the generic feats he would get. But I will also, I guess we'll be leveling up together today, everyone.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
We're doing
That
it.
does give Thuck more HP, I'll tell you. He had 5.
Hey, he needs more.
So I have an interesting little wombo combo when it comes to impersonation now. So backup disguise. I'll show you guys. I can change to disguise as a 3 action. So could this be like skinned? Because at least action wise, this seems about on par. Could I pair this with my Veil May ability, which also is based on a deception action that goes down with like my deception, that I peel off a layer of skin and there's just another disguise under it? At least because how it tracks up is they reduce the action it takes based on my deception, both of which right now is a 3 action because I'm only an expert. Once I'm a master, it goes down to a 2 action. Legendary, it's a single action.
Sure, you know what? Why not? I mean, yes. Yeah. I mean, okay, so I'm saying yes for the specific reason it literally makes no difference mechanically speaking.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But of course, one run it by you.
It's aesthetically with these two abilities together. Yes, you can just peel your skin off and have another disguise underneath.
Who's the real Colin?
I have a question.
Sure thing.
So it says each time I gain a level, my patron teaches my familiar 2 new spells. So even though it starts at knowing 5 first level spells, would I technically have access now to 7 first level spells? Obviously, I can only cast 3 per day, but I would have
Yes.
access to 7 of them.
Your spell book gains 2 new spells when you level up.
Okay. At any level I can cast. So I could pick 2 cantrips if I wanted to, or 2 first level spells.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The biggest thing is you're a prepared spellcaster, so you just set yours at the beginning of the day.
Yes.
Do I learn more spells at level 2 or just get another spell slot?
Let's see. I believe you're a prepared spellcaster as well, right?
No, I'm not.
Are you not? Are you spontaneous?
Spontaneous. I see a chart that I think is my spell slots per level.
Yeah, those are your spell slots. Sorry. Yes, because you are, I guess, yeah, you have divine casting, right? So you can just prepare.
Yeah, I don't see anywhere
Oh,
that says
okay.
if I
You're a
gain more
repertoire
spells.
caster. Okay. No. You do learn more spells. You're a repertoire caster. It's under your spell repertoire feature. At first level, you choose 5 cantrips and you learn 2 first level spells and 5 cantrips of your choice. And then you add to the spell repertoire as you increase in level. Each time you get a spell slot, you add a spell of the same level to your spell repertoire. So you
Okay,
learn
so
another
one
first
first
level
level
spell.
spell.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
The difference
and then I
between
get
you.
a class feat and a skill feat.
Correct. The difference between you and Friola is Friola has to prepare their spells at
My
the
name's
beginning of the day.
Viola.
Ah, god damn it. I was doing it correctly earlier.
You made it the whole game.
Fiola has to prepare each spell slot from their list, but you can use your spell slots freely amongst the spells that you know. So of the 3 spells that you know, you can use 1 per spell, or you can use one of those spells 3 times.
Man, I wish that were me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you get the benefit of knowing, like,
So many spells.
5 times more spells.
This is painful because I have to pick every time. I'm like,
Oh, yes, I've added a homebrew rule as well for my prepared spellcasters, anyway. For the witch, it's a little different than the wizard. You have a master feature for your familiar called recall spell.
uh-huh.
And you can, what it does is it takes up one of your familiar features, but you can spend 10 minutes to swap out one of your spells with another spell in your book.
So if I had, say, alarm prepared, but I wanted to switch it with featherfall, because I know both of those, I could
Yes.
spend 10 minutes and switch them.
Yes.
Okay.
It just
But I
takes
have
one
to
of
take
your
that as
familiar
a-
slots.
Okay, so I just have to put that in as a familiar slot,
Yeah.
because
one
those
of your,
can change on the daily.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that makes the witch feat I was going to take a little bit easier, because I was trying to decide, but I think I'm going to take enhanced familiar,
It's a good one.
because then he gets even more stuff. He gets a lot. So he gets 4 instead of 2, but then he also gets an additional ability. So he gets 5. Yeah, I'm going to do that.
Why must the fighter dedication have a prerequisite of Dex and Strength 14?
It's not strength and dex. It's
Or
either or.
Ooh.
Yeah, they did it wrong in the book. It's supposed to be a semicolon, not a colon. So semicolon means yeah.
Would this feat go under class feats and abilities, because it's my witch feat?
Yes.
Okay, just check.
Don't forget we're using the additional archetype feature. So at every even level, you guys also pick a non-multi-class archetype dedication to add to your character sheet.
I didn't decide. Damn it.
Oh.
Warlore is intelligence.
Yeah, any with
Yes.
all knowledge is intelligence.
That like including our stuff as well, right?
Yes, it's a bonus
So
feature.
We get a skill feat, our class feat, and an archetype that's not a multi-class.
Yeah, a non-multi-class archetype dedication. And
Ah,
you will
shit.
put that in your bonus feat section.
To like make the feats yourself, or like at least put the feats in there. You can't just drag and drop the archetype. Sadly,
Yeah, the archetypes don't move that way, unfortunately,
yeah.
which is really bad. I
Any of
wish
the
they
advanced
would
player
fix
guide
that.
stuff. Most of the advanced player guide stuff isn't like drag and drop. Sadly.
Well, even if it is the core book stuff, doesn't work
Oh
either.
really?
So for the
Oh,
multi-class, yeah.
yeah, it does suck. Though to be honest, I struggle to see how they would implement that. But I don't know.
I
I'm
mean,
not
I
a
don't because they
no.
literally have it everywhere else
Never mind.
for
Then.
everything else, like other
Fair.
feats.
My phone Pathfinder app lets me do it. So this is a tough one.
So I'm gonna forego my champion feat to do the fighter dedication.
Okay, you're free to do so.
I'm guessing I need the prerequisite to actually get it, even though it's free. Like if it's a prerequisite skill for it.
What one has a prerequisite skill?
Both the assassin and poisoner. I need training in crafting. Let me see if I have it. I feel like I should. I do not.
Yeah, you do need to make the requirements, even though they're bonus feats.
Damn.
Though
feat does-
this is your second session, if you want to swap one of your skills,
Yeah, I probably will.
training
I
proficiency.
have so many. Like I will have a free thing in there because I'm a rogue. I'll rearrange one.
Wait, you're a rogue? You get a skill feat, or you get a skill increase anyway when you level up.
Yeah, but I want to put it in deception, bro. You know how it be. Though to be honest, I don't know why I put it in occultism. I'm not gonna use that.
And sorry, I don't know who was asking me a question.
Oh, it was me. This goes under class feats.
No,
Okay.
the
Dedication?
archetype.
No.
Well, yours, yes, because you're picking the fighter one, right?
Yeah.
For your class. So yeah, that one goes under your class abilities and such because you're using it instead of a champion feat.
Uh-huh. Okay.
The other one will go under your bonus, though.
Trained in athletics. Now let's go.
Yep, I'm going poisoner.
Sweet.
It fits Scaldin more. Guess I gotta learn how alchemy works.
Thuck's reflex save is super high.
What is it?
I think it's a 9.
The fuck? That's my reflex save.
Let's see. Expert, which is 4. Plus his modifier, which is 4, plus his level, yeah. It's 9. Is your dex not a 18?
No, I wasn't able to do that because I had to make sure my charisma, dex, strength were good, and my background made it so I could not min max. Bounty hunter. My two highest stats are 16s.
My skill feat. I'm gonna take Tight Wrestler.
Ooh, that's a fun one.
I still haven't even got to a skill yet.
God, I have to figure out how fucking alchemy works. God damn it.
I mean, it's just crafting, but you can make alchemical items.
I can only make alchemical poisons. Gain batches of infused reagents per day equal to my level. Advanced alchemy level for creating these is 1 and doesn't increase on its own. I don't know what any of those means. Let's fucking go. Yo.
Okay, so walk me through. I'm having a moment. I can't think straight.
Sure. Go ahead.
Skill feats. If I take like a skill feat in Arcana, does my proficiency just go up from trained to expert?
No, your proficiency doesn't go up. You need skill increases.
Okay, so a skill feat.
A skill feat, you go to the feat section on Archive of Nethys.
Right.
You pick a skill that you're at least trained in, and you pick one for your level.
Okay. I'm getting there. I was just thinking about it the wrong way.
No worries.
That's lower than your level, right?
What? Yeah, you can take one that's lower than your level.
Okay.
Your level or lower.
Yeah.
Also, at least for anybody, be it audience or fellow player, if you guys have a I don't know if it's on the App Store, but it's on Google Play. If you have like a Samsung, there's an app called Path Builder that's really good. Path Builder 2e. I think if you pay like $1, you can make more characters or level them up more. But for like $1, it gives you access to like everything, and it's really like easy to make a character on it. Because and it's updated pretty quickly, like, so you can get access to all the feats and stuff and see them in a really nice organized list.
Damn, doesn't look like the Apple Store has it.
Yeah, I know it's on the Apple Store, but it's on Google Play. Well, there's also like you can get it on your computer, because I think there's a you can get like a phone emulator or like Google Play stuff. I know Devin uses it. It's really fun because I like having little ways to create like really quick builds to test something. So if any of you are interested in that, feel free. It's called Path Builder 2e. It's really good.
Can I choose the archetype feat from something else if I have the fighter one already?
What do you mean?
So like I want to go for the martial archetype because that seems cool. But
the martial. The martial. Yeah. Okay.
But I already chose something from fighter, and it says that you cannot select another dedication feat until you have gained 2 other feats from the fighter archetype.
Yes. Because they're a bonus, they're kind of their own separate category.
Okay, so I can choose martial and fighter at the same time?
Yes.
Okay, sweet.
But when spending your class levels, you cannot pick another multi-class archetype dedication until you pick at least 3 of the fighter. Simultaneously, for everyone, for your bonus feat, you guys cannot select a different archetype dedication until you put at least three feats into the one you pick. So. So essentially, whatever bonus archetype dedication you guys pick, you're stuck with till level 6 or till level 8.
And we're not even going that far.
And you're not even going that far.
That's what we do.
So, what are the archetype things that we can pick? How do we know which ones we can take?
They're the archetype dedications. There's a section at the top that says multi-class. Don't pick those.
Okay. If any of them have the name of like just a class, can't pick them.
So on the website, it has like the other archetypes. Is it just everything below that?
And sorry, what was the question?
On the website, it has like other. It has like a section just called other archetypes. Is it just everything under that?
Yeah, pretty much.
Now I have a 10-foot emanation. That gives me and my allies a +1 status bonus to saving throws against fear.
Ooh,
I
nice.
can't pick.
That's fair. Just like, why would I be scared of that when there's that in my party? I've seen worse.
The
Yeah.
only ones that are a little iffy is if you pick any of like Hell Knight or the Megambian attendant or whatever. If it mentions like a faction stuff under the prerequisites, just talk to me. I'll decide whether or not it's available or not. Because some of them
Okay.
I'm just like, well, that's cool, but anyone could really do that, and some of them are like, well, yeah, you really need to be a Hell Knight to pick that. So,
And that's like a whole thing because that's That's like a lore significant. Hell Knights are pretty cool. Also, man, they added a bunch more archetypes since I last looked at this. You can be a fucking ghost hunter.
yep,
Yo,
that's what Suzanne's playing.
nice. Oh, last wall sentry. Living monolith.
Living Monolith is cool. They're really fucking hard to kill.
I can imagine if they have a name such as Living Monolith. I ain't fucking with
Wait.
that.
Living monolith. What level is that?
Living Monolith. I'm just scrolling through the archive now. This one. It is you have delved into ancient Sphinx magic to imbue your body and soul with the patience and strength of stone. Prerequisites is Osirani language and trained in crafting. You are from the Golden Road region.
Look at this is a really sick dedication.
Yeah.
You fail a recovery check while dying. Your dying condition does not increase.
Yo, I can be a Pathfinder agent. I can be doing field work for the next Pathfinder edition.
Ha.
I didn't know Pathfinder was actually like a thing in lore.
Yep, it's the Pathfinder Society.
Oh, I didn't know that. To be fair, I already know next to nothing about the fucking 5e, like Forgotten Realms, so I know even less about the Pathfinder world.
My martial dedication goes under general feats now?
Bonus.
Okay.
I like how specific some of these are.
I'm having such a hard time. I've been this entire time looking at different skill feats, switching back and forth between them.
Skill feats are tough. They can be hard to pick.
That's why I've been looking at them since we started. Sweet.
Turpin Road Lumberjack.
I think I have decided.
What'd you pick?
Not sure how useful it's going to be, but I think I'm going to take No Cause for Alarm. I can reduce panic, or like your fear level.
Oh, nice.
Or frightened, your frightened level.
We're going to abuse Frighten while not letting Cam abuse Frighten against us.
Yeah, for real.
Cam, my martial aura has the emotion, mental, and visual traits. Does that matter at all?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Make sure you put any traits that your abilities have with the abilities in their sections, because certain abilities affect other abilities.
Okay.
There is an enemy that has an aura that prevents the use of like emotion effects, for instance.
Oh, that's
You're
interesting.
not picking an archetype, but an archetype feat?
You're picking archetype dedication. So the very first one of any one you select. which typically isn't anything super flashy.
I take expert in intimidation or trained in diplomacy. How are you guys doing on diplomacy?
Pretty good.
I'm trained in it at least.
I'm better at deception, but I have some decent diplomacy. Good old fashioned +7.
Dang.
I feel like I could join Bile in the intimidation checks, though I don't have the. How are my intimidation checks different from Bile again? I have to take a feat to like.
Mine doesn't
scare
require them to know the language.
Oh, you have intimidating like gaze?
Yeah.
Nice.
So
Yeah.
as long as they know my language, I can intimidate them. I
Yes.
succeed. Okay.
Yes.
Well, you can do it either way, but you get like a penalty if they don't know your language.
That worth like it is.
If I take Familiar Master and it gives me the enhanced familiar feat, where would I move that to? Or would I just leave it under class feats?
So if you decide to go that route, I would say pick a different witch feat then.
Yeah, no, I would change my witch feat. I just didn't know where enhanced familiar should go on my character sheet.
It would also go under your bonus feats because that's where you're getting it from.
Oh, you're doing. Oh, yeah, you do have familiar. That's fair.
Okay,
All witches
so
have
we'll go under
familiars.
there.
So yeah.
That's fair. Familiar stuff's fun.
I don't know what else I might want to do.
I admit it's a little harder for spellcasters because there's not a lot of like spellcaster centric ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not great, honestly. I've only had like one character. Actually, no, I've had like one spellcaster, but like it was okay because I had a very specific thing I wanted them to be because they were just a con artist. But yeah, your skill feats suck. And actually, your feats in general kind of suck. Not that good.
Yeah, the class feats are not that great.
That's
Unless you
okay.
have a certain aesthetic for which you want to use.
I decided I took trained in diplomacy.
I mean, because like for example, sorcerer's a super fun class. They got some really cool shit. But that's in like spells. All their feats are just kind of like, you cast spell kind of different. You cast spell but farther. It's.
I mean, the meta magics are okay if that's the route you want to go. Honestly, for a lot of spellcasters, for the class feats, I end up just swapping, or I end up doing multi-class dedications.
That's what I did.
Just
that's
because
why
they're
Yeah, it's what
more
I did
interesting.
I just made Morgan have a little partner in crime familiar.
My archetype dedication isn't on here.
Which one are you trying to do?
Ooze morph.
Ah,
course
no. No,
I was
actually,
having
you're gonna have
trouble, and then I
to.
saw it and immediately knew.
You're gonna have to copy paste all archetype dedication stuff, because they don't pull off of the compendium.
Both of them and okay.
All right, what kind of shit does ooze morph get? What do I have to prepare myself for? This.
It depends. Just the basic one makes me have sporadic anatomical rearrangements. Grants me insight into other creatures' unusual anatomies. and then I become trained in occultism and ooze lore, or if I'm already trained in them, I get expert. +2 circumstance bonus to reflex saves to avoid being.
Makes you harder to swallow. That's funny.
Yeah, and then every ooze morph feature I take, I get a -1 to diplomacy checks against animals and humanoids, up to a maximum of -4.
That's fitting.
Yeah.
I can't be angry. It fits your character too perfectly.
I know, I was having trouble deciding what I would take, and then I saw this and immediately knew.
Devin
I didn't care
mentioned
what
it
it
to
did,
you.
I needed it.
Or
Reading the
Fonzie
next
zombie.
feat is disgusting. Disturbing defense. Your internal organs and blood vessels have shifted and changed, and even you don't know precisely where in your body they are.
That's basically how I am already, so.
In resistance to precision damage equal to 2+ your number of class feats from the Oozemorph archetype.
I could just be real fucking rude to Spud and just take the Wart Witch feat
How is that rude?
because I get a Leshy familiar.
Dude, that'd be cool.
You can get him a little brother.
A little brother potato. No, I think I'm gonna take where was it? The basic lesson. Because then I can get more hexes.
Yo,
Basic lesson's
hexes.
really, really good.
Yeah, I'm looking between Lesson of Protection because I get mage armor. And I want that shit. Well, technically my familiar learns mage armor, but I know everything my familiar knows.
What section on the character sheet should we put the archetype dedication? Is it bonus feat?
Yeah. Alright. Well, I got all my level and stuff done. I'm going to bounce.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here.
Hell yeah. Good luck with your guys' level and stuff.
Thanks.
See y'all next
Thanks.
week.
See you next
Bye.
time.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
You said we can't drag these archetype things, can we?
Nope, you can copy paste.
Okay.
I don't think I've chosen a single common option for anything. If there was an uncommon or rare option, I've taken it.
Sounds right.
I have a rare race, a rare background, uncommon dedication.
Dude, I can become a mounted combatant next level. Just get a steed ally.
So many of these ooze dedication feats are so fun. I want all of them.
Just forego every single oracle for the to just take ooze more for whatever feats.
Yeah.
Oh, so does that mean my lay on hands now heals 12 damage? Or heals 12 points. Cam?
Sorry, what?
Does that mean my lay on hands now heals 12 points of damage?
It's every odd level it goes up because it's always
Oh.
half your level round up.
Okay. So next level it goes by 12.
Yes.
It does 12. Okay. Sweet.
I got tired of making Thuck's character sheet all in the NPC character sheet creator thing, so I'm just gonna give him an actual character sheet.
He's a character.
I'm just collecting lores now. I have 3 different lores that I know. I feel like I might actually get to use one of my lores when we go into the 6th district. I have Ooze lore now.
You might.
Okay, I'm picking Lesson of Protection for my basic lesson.
Sounds fancy.
I'm making a note of it so it's in the...
By the way, I chose the Divine Aegis class feat. Is that just applicable to every one? Like, it's just sort of always active, or?
Let me look at it real quick. Divine Aegis. You use it as a reaction when you attempt a saving throw. So it's only for you.
Yeah, but like, it seems weird if I get to choose it, because it's +1 circumstance bonus to non-divine magical effect, but -1 to divine. So like, why would I ever choose to use it against a divine effect then?
I mean, that's why, that's the caveat.
Is it just if I don't know if it's divine, I might use it?
Yes, that can happen if you don't identify a spell.
Okay. So
not only that, but it's until the beginning of your next turn. So if you take a divine spell between when you use it and the beginning of your next turn, that's when the penalty applies.
And there's not like a limit to how much I can use it, right?
There's no limit.
Yeah.
So if I take this basic lesson and my familiar learns Mage Armor, would that replace one of the spells that he could have otherwise learned for my level up, or would he get those 2 and Mage Armor?
It's your lesson, right?
Yeah, this is the feat I'm taking.
Lesson of Protection.
Yeah. I get a hex.
This is in addition to what you already have. So you learn Mage Armor in addition to the 2 you learned from your level up.
Okay, I'm putting a note in the spell that it's from my basic lesson feat, so I remember. Because otherwise I will forget.
Hey, I think I did everything.
I think I'm almost there too. Double checking everything.
I had to redo everything, so I'm a little behind.
Can't wait till at level 4 take Aura of Courage. So at the end of my turn, reduce whenever you trying to reduce the condition value by 1 at the end of your turn. When you would reduce the condition by 1, you can also reduce the value of 1 for all allies within 15 feet. Just negate fear all the time. That would be great.
It's really, really good. Champions are really good for that.
And if you negate fear all the time, then I won't need this feat.
It can help if they do more than fear 1, which I assume they will. At some point. Actually, only going to level 5. I don't know.
I have so many circumstance bonuses to keep track of.
I only have 1.
I have circumstance bonuses to poisons, diseases, basically bleeding, any magical effect, being engulfed in stuff.
Do I need to add my fighter class DC anywhere, or does it not matter because I have nothing to use that class DC for?
It comes up super rarely.
Okay.
In fact, most classes I don't even think get much beyond like expert, if they even go above that. I don't know. No, it's not super necessary. If it comes up, I know you're trained because the archetypes never get above that. So
Okay.
Spellcasting is hard.
it can be. Granted, at least you're not an oracle.
No, that's true. I just wish I didn't have to prepare spells every day. I have all these spells I just want to use.
Well, with that new feature I gave you, just prepare your combat ones, and then when you have time outside of combat to do something for the more utility ones, you can swap it in.
Yeah, I did. That's probably going to be my plan. I'm going to always prepare mage armor because you gotta. And then I'll probably do in my combat ones because he gets 5 familiar abilities now. So I changed some of them up a little bit.
Okay.
So we'll be ready to go. If you ever need to see them, they're in my notes under my details section.
Okay. Good to know.
It out as ability 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. They can change daily, so I do change them if I need to, but for the most part, I don't. But like for what's coming up, I changed his. Like I took away his touch telepathy because I don't really think he needs that right now, and I gave him manual dexterity, and then I gave him damage avoidance.
Sounds good.
And then he'll always have recall spell just chilling. That's his go-to 5th ability.
+8 to disarm and trip anyone. Can't wait to also start abusing that.
Yeah.
Does prone work the same as it does in 5e, where you have advantage on melee attacks but disadvantage on, or like you get bonuses for melee but penalties for ranged?
Yes. So, going prone, what it does is you become flat-footed, which reduces your AC by 2. And also, if you it also imposes a -2 circumstance penalty to attack rolls you make while prone. But when you're prone against a range attack, you can use the take cover action to, instead of having a -2 penalty, you actually gain a -2 penalty to, or bonus to range attacks to your AC.
Okay.
Okay, I think I got everything.
You'll get used to it as time goes by.
Yeah, I made sure in my basic lesson I denoted which lesson I picked, just partially for my sake, because I would forget. But I think I have everything else. Which means it's probably time for me to go to bed.
Okay. Well, since we've lost about half our people so far, then we're going to go ahead and end the stream for now. I hope you all enjoyed sitting around and listening to us level up. I know it's the most exciting thing, but I do know people who are actually interested in listening to people level up. I'm one of those people, actually. I'm always like, oh, where are they
Me
getting?
too.
So I'm always excited for that. But if you're watching here and you have not done so already, please follow to see more amazing content like this. Also, if you're interested in participating in games in the future, join the Discord down below. When I start another new campaign, I try to do short-term campaigns, about 2 to 3 month campaigns. And I will be starting another one at some point. I don't know when, but I am looking to start another game because I want to have 4 games a week. I will recruit. No worries, Kit. I mean, no one uses it right now because it's not that big, but I do start my recruitment in my Discord. So if you want to be a part of that recruitment, if you want to have first say, jump in the Discord down below. And I always advertise there first before anyone anywhere else, and it's always first come, first serve. I try to do 10 to 20 session campaigns, so they're about at most 5 months and at least like 2.5 months. So not bad, not bad. It also lets me, find groups that are good for longer term campaigns, find people that work with. It's always hard when you're running with new people because you don't know if your tabletop styles are going to mesh really well, and everyone always kind of plays a little differently from anyone else. So, also, hopefully, once the Discord gets a little bigger, people will be able to interact and maybe form their own groups. And also, this episode will be available not tomorrow, but the next day on Friday at the Bad Luck Gamer over on YouTube. So check us out there. I also have a Twitter. You can follow me there to see anything I post. I really need to start posting there, though. Just one of those things where I need to get more social media in my life. It's just really hard, but every step along the way. And I want to thank my players for being here today. Thank you guys so much for playing. And with that, we're going to go ahead and say goodnight. So say goodnight, everyone.
Good
Good
night.
night.
Good night, everyone.